we could get it done.
All right. Let me see. Am I doing this right?
Yeah, you just got to bring the mic down. There you are.
All right.
Oh,
I
we
feel
are.
like I'm an astronaut now. I'm ready to go. Ready to fly.
You are ready to fly. And you're flying actually on Facebook and YouTube and all that right now.
Wonderful. Praise the Lord.
And we'll-
Baruch Hashem, as we say.
Yes. That is.
How am I looking here? Can we take this off?
Doesn't matter. You look
Let me
fine.
take that.
All right.
So since it's being recorded,
You got a really nice one.
yeah, this we made. They didn't make
I
it.
understand. I saw that. That wasn't the normal NRB word. No.
It's nice though because it gets your message across much clearer.
I saw that.
Yeah.
So here we are, the first
All right, Robbie.
interview of the NRB on the last day, Thursday. It's kind of a sad, but it's been an amazing time.
Amazing.
And what a neat way to kick this particular day off is to interview an old friend. And again, just see what God is doing around the world. I was telling Miriam, your wife, a few minutes ago, that I never come to the NRB that I'm not amazed at how God hears the screams of people hurting around the world, but he also hears, the people that need him and all that. But I've heard stories out of Egypt. I've heard stories out of Iran. I've heard stories out of Ukraine. I've heard stories out of the Defer, out of the Nuba Mountains.
Yes.
And many, 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 many stories out of Israel. And Joel Chernoff, the Joseph Project, here we are. And here you are.
Thank you, Robbie.
So for our listeners that may not be familiar with the Joseph Project, it's one of the coolest things that God, gave you this vision, and share what it is.
Yes, Joseph Project International was formed because of a prophetic word given in 1996 to me in my office early in the morning. I was not expecting it. We were contemplating, as you know, Robbie, I'm the General Secretary and CEO of the Messianic Jewish Alliance of America, MJAA, which is the largest organization with authority to speak for the Messianic community. But I was in my office and I just hearing in my spirit that it was time for us to reintegrate into the mainstream of our people, our Jewish people, which is no small task because of our faith in the Messiah, Yeshua, Jesus. And because of all of the hurts coming out of Christian anti-Semitism over the past 1700 years, there was a wall, an emotional wall. It's not necessarily a biblical wall. That's much less. But it's a hurt. It's a collective national hurt to the point that our people are very, very resistant to even thinking or talking about the Messiah and the claims of Jesus. So anyway, this was a tall task, and the Lord was impressing upon us, and we began planting trees. But in the end, the Spirit of God fell on me in February of 1996 in my office, unexpectedly. I've been thinking about the poor and needy in Israel. Okay, everybody's got poor, everybody's got needy. So I said, maybe that's a way we can bless Israel and kind of reintegrate. But I was thinking in small things, maybe a little here, a little there, you put some money in there, do it. But then, boom, the Spirit of God found me began to root so strongly, and it was like a fog. You could see way out of the distance that this was not about a few, but about the many, the nation of Israel. And the prophecy was, the prophetic word was, that in a short period of time, the Jewish people were going to come back to Eastern Europe and Russia. Over 1 million will come suddenly in a time of great terror. And that they would come back to Israel. Israel would not be prepared. And the Lord was saying, I'm commissioning you, the Messianic community, in partnership with the Christian brothers and sisters around the world to prepare a blessing on the soil of Israel, even as Joseph prepared for 7 years in Egypt for the famine that did come. and they prosper through it. You are to prepare this blessing in partnership. In other words, a partnership between Messianic Jews and Christian, Jewish and non-Jewish brothers on the side for that event that is going to come, and to meet urgencies along the way for the things of that nature. In other words, get good at what you're doing and build the infrastructure for this, a Noah's Ark, if you will. And so I took this around to people in Israel, brothers and sisters here in the United States, to just test it. To see. It was too big for us. We had no money. We were just a little never-shared group. And it seemed ridiculous. It was way beyond us. And then finally I took it to our executive committee, and they affirmed it and sent me forth. I didn't know for 3 years nothing happened. And then finally in 1999, they sent me something a little bit off the ground, and by 2000 we moved everything into Israel, and we began to import humanitarian aid in 44 containers, which is very unusual. Most of these are. And so that was in 2000, Robert, and today in 2025, many miracles later, the Joseph Project International is the largest importer of humanitarian aid in the country of Israel. Over 1,040-foot containers, and now since 2017, 120 plus major corporations in Israel, like the Dan Hotels, Intel, and so forth, give us all their excess goods and give us other materials for the war, and we can give them a tax deductible receipt in Israel. So God has been faithful. There's been times that people have tried to stop us inside of Israel, but God has been faithful, and He has turned away every threat and has prospered the Joseph Project International.
I got to tell you that it's amazing to see what God did, what God is doing. That I understand you guys haven't been to the NRB before.
This is our first time.
And so I've been coming, this is my 18th. A few, right? And I've been interviewing all kinds of people from Israel, some very devout Hasidic Jews, those kind of folks that you've met, people that with, and you say this so much better than I do, but I'll just say it's Magen David Adom.
David Adom.
They're David Adom. You see it? And different organizations, and Miriam was showing me some pictures of people that I've interviewed over the years many, many times. It's unbelievable the effect that you guys, other ministries in Israel, are having on the mainstream.
Yes.
People that, every one of them that has sat down at this table, and most of them come at one time or another during the next few days, has said, I was like, what information, what do you want the church in America to know? How grateful we felt your prayers. We felt your support. They are seeing Christ in a different view than they have ever seen him as a result of this war, as a result of how you guys and many other organizations like Billy Graham, et cetera, that have come. And I mean, isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
Like what you saw
Absolutely.
is actually, you can see the infrastructure
is happening now. Our people, the interesting thing, this is my first time here, so I am seeing many Messianic groups here, but also I'm seeing mainstream Orthodox groups here, and so forth. And of course they are touched, which they should be, and our people should be grateful for the love and support. But they are still seeing this as a non-Jewish, wonderful, warm, loving group of people. They're not quite connecting that this came from our fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the prophets, etc. Through the apostles, Peter, Paul, etc. All these people brought the good news of the God of Israel, the Messiah of Israel, to the Greek and the Roman world, and spread out from there. So the key to the Messianic Jewish leadership in terms of the Joseph Project International is that it's Jewish. And they're going, wait a minute, this is Jewish and about the Messiah and about all of these wonderful Christian loving people together, but they're seeing a Jewish olive tree. That is, the root is Jewish, the trunk is Jewish, and the nation is grafted in. They're seeing a live demonstration, which is, of course, revolutionary since the last 1700 years. So that truth is dawning on our people as we reach out together and touch our people in the name of Yeshua.
It's interesting. You're like a third person that have pointed that out beautifully. That what started those apostles were all Jewish.
It was Messianic.
It was completely
Messianic rabbis.
They were, and it's how cool, and now that it's come this circle, and it's coming back. That again, you have a unique position that God gave you, from my perspective, to speak to their hearts.
Yeah, we don't take any credit for the strategy or anything. This was the Lord's leading, and we followed it step by step. But interestingly enough, this is a national approach in the sense we are dealing with the whole country because poverty is such a pervasive issue in Israel. But we were actually there. Miriam and I were there October the 6th when the war broke out in Gaza, and we were able to see the Joseph Project International. We're only 10 minutes away from it. In our warehouse, in emergency mode, we had stored up millions of dollars of aid for trouble that we felt was coming in 2023. And sure enough, it suddenly materialized, and from our central warehouse in our fleet of trucks, we were able to see them immediately in 24 hours. They were at the Gaza envelope, giving out aid and blessing our people with over $26 million worth of it. So that has been a blessing.
Oh, it really has. So unfortunately, we want to make sure that our listeners know, like, how can we connect with this? How can we know about it? Because before we don't have much time, but again, it's at josephproject.org.
Yes.
Is the way that you find out about it. It's like Joseph, like in the Bible, Joseph Project.
josephproject.org.
And there are resources there. Just tell listeners a little bit about how they can get connected.
Yes. Go to our site. You will see all of the ways in which we are blessing our people in the name of the God of Israel and Messiah of Israel. And you can participate, you can volunteer, you can support and give, which is a great thing because not everybody can be boots on the ground. We are your boots on the ground in Israel, blessing our people. So once again, please go to josephproject.org, josephproject.org.
And I love the idea of Joseph, right? He stored up for such a time as this, and undoubtedly anybody can look on the prophetic calendar and see there's such a time as this. It's around the corner, and it's time to be storing up. And again, they have a warehouse right there, ground zero, right in Jerusalem. They have trucks to get the stuff out there. They have got the containers. God has put all this stuff in place. And again, we have the unbelievable honor, right? That we were brought into this generation to pray for the peace of Jerusalem, and pray that God will continue to bring these resources and support the Messianic, right? Because obviously, that's the name of the game is happening. Joseph Project International, obviously josephproject.org. Thank you, Joe, so as always. Miriam, you guys are awesome.
Thank you, and God bless the Truth Network.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Thank you, Robbie.
You guys are
God
awesome.
Bless you.
God bless you.
I expected to see what? You've got all this. Wow.
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you guys again.
Yes. God protect you guys.
God bless you. They've already been. Are you interviewing? Oh, you were the
Waiting on you guys to finish.
Yeah, they asked to be interviewed at 10. I was like, well, let's just do it. And I know them pretty well. They're with the Joseph Project, so I just did that interview.
Oh, you already did it. It's not even 10.
But I got it done.
Okay.
So tell me, what's the schedule like today?
Today we've got 10 to 12 and then 1 to 2. Wow.
And it's full.
I actually had somebody say that they were going to be running late, and I said, well, we're tight. I said, so unless the person who's supposed to be after you comes early, you're going to have to just miss your opportunity.
Wonderful.
I didn't quite say that. I actually didn't check with the person after them and said, hey, we could bump you up a little earlier. I'm not making
Oh, really? Do I see Candy up there? Yeah, I'm amazed.
Do you have in your phone number? They're talking about
for
next week.
today?
No, yesterday. I'll see if I can get it on my show. Yesterday, I had a guy by the name of Samuel Blumenthal.
He was on with me.
Yeah, is he on your list? Yesterday.
It's something that I'm going to get up. You need it now?
Did you call him yesterday?
I don't think
Didn't
I
he
called
call
him
you?
yesterday. It's on my list upstairs. Today or can I get it?
Yeah, and I'm hoping to schedule it. Right, like Saturday. So I don't need it like right this very moment, but next time you're at your farm or sister, say, I'm going to take your this guy's number.
I could probably try to look through my emails and see if I can find it.
No, that'd be good. That'd be great.
Thank you for the I'll look through my emails and see if it's in my email. Right
You wrote the book, the stories. Am I interested? You guys all. But we have an opening. If you guys got an opening, we can call you and we would love to have you back. Yeah. Awesome.
Yes. And we're another guy.
He's awesome too.
Yeah, he's awesome
I
too.
remember I've talked to you guys many like over the years. So we just dial this number right here. We'll sell that. Yeah, if you get somebody that says I can't make it.
I messenger or WhatsApp.
What's that?
Okay.
Okay, right.
Thank you.
That work too, by the way.
You too. Thank you.
Robbie, I'll look through my emails and see if I can find it for you.
Come in.
Good morning.
I bet you're in.
That's right, I'm in. Hey.
Have a seat here, Ian.
May I drop this over here?
Yes.
Oh, and
Please.
take your badge off because they.
Yeah, shiny things, you know.
Can you come in because my man's
Great.
Robbie, we had breakfast together this morning.
Yes, we did. Thank you for holding my seat. It was big. I had food. I feel so bad because, I there was a yogurt there, and I didn't realize you were going to get more people. And I said, well, I eat another yogurt.
No, I got up. My nose was running. Maybe Dr. Day can tell me what I need to do about that. But my nose was running, and I needed to go get a tissue. And these two ladies come up to me and say, "Where are we supposed to sit?"
Oh,
and I'm thinking to myself, Like, what about me makes you think that I?
Oh, waiter.
Right, exactly. So I just
It's the
brought them
pink
over.
shirt.
It's the
It makes
fuchsia
you
we talked
very,
about earlier.
very
Yeah.
inviting.
Robbie Dilmore,
Yeah.
Christian radio legend, Dr. Day, who has done radio, and as you'll be able to tell in a minute, like has the voice for radio.
Well, good.
Thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
But I'll see you. Take care.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'll be right.
Okay, good.
It's Dr. Day.
That's right, Dr. Ian Day. Yeah. The Chief Medical Officer for Medishare.
Oh, cool. Are you really?
So they say.
I love that. I really
Also-
do.
Sorry, Rob. I know that you've let the conversation go where it leads, but he should be dead. So that could be an interesting thing to talk about.
Oh, we will. All right. Well, very neat to meet you, sir.
And you too, thanks.
I love what you guys do. And, you know, I've had so many different people on from Medishare over the years, and you see God involved in healthcare. What a concept! You know,
And there's a long
intentionally involved in healthcare, like from our standpoint.
Yeah.
He's always involved in healthcare, but we just don't necessarily
Yeah,
see it.
there's a long history of Christianity.
Oh, yeah. This is the beginning. Well, have fun here. The last day of the NRB, and I guess God saved the best for last in some different ways. That I'm so excited about what he's going to show me today. And for those of us listening, we have with us Dr. Ian Day. He is with Medishare, but you've got a huge role there. And that obviously a lot of folks that you're the chief remind me that you.
Hi, Robbie. I'm the Chief Medical Officer at Medishare.
And so, you know, that's an interesting title. And I didn't realize they had officers at Medishare. But anyway, what's a chief medical officer? You know, what's your role?
Well, the Chief Medical Officer for Medishare, my purview is two departments: care management, health and wellness. So in care management, our staff is composed of nurses as well. We come alongside members for prayerful support. Health and wellness department, we have health coaches, dietitians.
I like that, a better biblical lifestyle. And so I understand that you have some of that in your own personal history. I was just told
That's right.
that you could use some, or that I understand you're sort of a miracle yourself.
Well, there might be some background that might be of interest to that. So I've been in practice since before, family physician and as a nurse. And then there's one day I was returning to work, chest pain brought me to the ground. Long story short, my wife called 911 and did everything emergency heart catheterization, showing heart artery. They opened up the heart artery. Then there it was, laying on the table. Now as the physician monitor, irregular heartbeats, then some
I will be too bad.
walls of the
Actually, that might have been God.
university. Seconds first.
No, because actually I have it.
So,
So wait a minute, we gotta back up for a second. You're a doctor, and you are obviously very familiar with what you are seeing, and you're actually kind of doing what you shouldn't do with self-diagnosing yourself, right?
So there I am. I see the university, almost university. They have a part of it.
Right.
I say to myself, one of the messages I convey is that impressiveness have a sense of peace. Because we know so there I was
And so, if you don't mind, I got an inquiring mind. What'd you say?
so only had
Right. Oh. That's so good.
And cardiologists use meditations on their shots. It's good for 15 minutes. At that point, they were just going to call it. Charges. That changed my life. It changed my focus. Me and my career. It shifted my life. So that drove me from clinical practice. Then I was in the church. Something that was good. That's God honoring. And the next moment came an unsolicited miracle, unsolicited thing from a recruiter. There's share. That's the way God opened it. And that's why it's not. This is the way God wants to service to
It's an amazing thing to me about what you just said, and I'm so glad that the Spirit taught me. You know, Jesus was quoting Psalm when he said that, "Into your hands I commit my spirit." It's a very significant prayer because if you're familiar with the 119th Psalm, throughout the 119th Psalm, David repeats over and over that I need to do something called pakud, which is usually translated as precepts. But it has to do with being gathered into God.
Yeah.
It has to do with drawing into God, and it's spelled a very unique way. It has to do with a letter that has to do with both time and space. And David knew it obviously well because he's the one that penned it there, that Jesus would say in his last prayer, he's entering into that. But there's a phenomenally intimate thing that's going on right there, because hands is the word yid in Hebrew, and when you go to know somebody that you actually have a baby, that word is yid. And so when you're saying into your hands, like there's nothing more intimate than what you just said, that prayer.
I love that book. And actually, that there's two aspects to it. One is that and so although there was this personal aspect, what I like to convey there's a difference. The other thing is it can be all life. You're feeling fine. Boom, all of a sudden, your soul is make right. Make right.
Yeah, that's a great message.
Because when Jesus returns, he will not be right.
It's very intimate thing, a very personal thing, and it's beautiful. You think about it, God's given you such an understanding, put you in the position He has to help others. The significant role of God in their healthcare, the significant role of prayer in their healthcare. And at the same time, obviously, He's given you a lifetime of practice to see, what's important in those things. That He raised you up for such a time as this. And so, unfortunately, I wish we didn't have more time. But Medishare offers more than just a way to share the cost when it comes to healthcare. There's a lot of shenanigans going on up there, right? I mean, shenanigans in healthcare that it's really helpful to have a partner with this company that helps you navigate that stuff. And so, could you speak to that?
So Medishare has come together, yes, indeed, share this, but also to share their spiritual burdens. We know that it's not just nuclear, for example. It's not just about the bills, it's about the trusting relationship. So our staff can also help them with their provisions. So that trusting relationship, prayer for support, not something prayer,
So I was just on
their
Bob Dylan show,
So there's different aspects. It's got to teach you. You
Or
don't know it, but I've had
dinner with that her table at dinner.
TV things done on my life because I've had 7
One
years
NRB.
falling out of
Probably never would have.
very high places to being crushed by cars and different things. It's not just about it. I couldn't agree with you more on these issues. And certainly my file of stuff there is yay thick from cancer and all sorts of things. That there's bad sick, and then there's like, oh, I need this insurance so I get a good quote, right? Or I get this much off of my, and you're looking at it as a daily expense and a daily budget. But what happens for a lot of us, like you said, death comes unexpectedly, but also chronic illness comes unexpectedly, serious diagnosis come unexpectedly, ambulance rides come unexpectedly, and all those things. And to have some godly counsel along those lines.
But Robbie, in the end, it also does it.
Right.
But not all of the
Over 30 years,
If you tap it all,
had a shared every member. Nowadays, Chris, that's over $8 billion shared or discounted. So program holders and shared.
So great to have you on today. Medishare, right? Medishare.org or .com.
Medishare.com.
There you go, Medishare.com. Pretty easy. Thank you again, Dr.
I really appreciate it.
Wonderful.
I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Oh, same here. Yeah. Great stuff.
Yeah.
I love your prayer at the last moment. Like, man, I pray that every morning.
It's made me unusual to think of spontaneously.
When I was being crushed by the Jeep, I didn't have anything that eloquent to say. However, it's always thrilled me to know that that was my immediate response was help me, Jesus. It was not, it was, and it came from a place that brought me, I could have been thinking a lot about it. When you fall 35 feet from it, and you're going head first, which comes very, very fast.
Yes.
I did. Again, it's your spirit. You remember, it's like in super slow motion, right? Like, oh, actually, this is really going to hurt. I'm going to need you. I wasn't near as, I even know in your hands, oh, no, nothing that eloquent. It's like, man, I'm going to need you for this.
Mine was easier, I guess. I was just kind of laying there watching myself.
So I love it. I do. God bless you. I'm sure there's people waiting.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
So, Rob, you're in North Carolina, is that right?
Yes. Well, we're on stations across the country.
Okay.
Yeah, my headquarters is.
Oh, yeah. I'm in Melbourne, Florida. It's really pleasure to meet you.
Same here.
God bless you.
Thanks.
So you bet.
Oh, wow. Chernoffs left their badges.
They'll be
I
back.
see that. Yeah, they will.
Yeah. Right into stuff. You walk right in.
I take a picture.
Oh, no, please do. Thank you.
See you later.
So I actually found that number for you.
My hero.
There you go. Now, this lady was actually not on the schedule, but the people who were running late, so she actually can get
Dr.
up here.
Elena Arguello.
Oh,
Nice to
Dr.
meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
So I told her, hang around and you can interview her.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful.
Yes,
That is-
my-
Anyway, now there I am.
Okay.
Oh, there
I
you
don't know what
go.
happened. All right. I'm so glad if you put those on,
Oh, yes.
you'll be able to hear me better.
Okay.
Oh, you sound great. It's kind of a nice feeling that this happened. Yes, he
This
needs
is my
that.
bosses, yeah.
He was a slacker.
Yeah.
Yeah. But who knows? I need sometimes. Oh, so fun here. Maybe God saved the best for last. It's the last day at the NRB. And, we just had this talk to go into our booth, and I just am excited as I can be because you see so many interesting. God is doing so many. He hears the cries of people in Israel and Ukraine, but there's a lot of people, probably, that are sitting at home right now that are really in a lot of pain that don't necessarily have to. And God would love to come at you. He does in a lot of very unique ways that maybe you never thought about. But so many people, I have friends, I'm a pastor, so they're struggling with anxiety, they're struggling with stress, and all these things. God's been coming after him for years, but he's able to talk to him. Arguello. Oh, that sounds so good. Arguello. A special gift, right? That unearthing yoga's ancient roots. Not something you usually hear out of Christian. But I'm very interested to know Oh, yeah.
My doctorate is in apologetics from Veritas International University.
Wow.
And so I'm seeing postures as positions.
Right.
84 because the destroyer talking about a 84 postures to spread riches to spread over the earth across all cultures and times and for deception. So I'm countering with 84 why the church needs to look closer at this thing they call yoga. So unfortunately, a lot of the churches are not right here, right? And it's not right, it's not right. It lives in the right. It's intended and designed to be right. A lot of yoga yoga is actually an idea based on philosophy. It's not practices. They uses practices. Practices are so there's forms of yoga. Some things aren't even called yoga in the church. So identify what yoga philosophy is and what it is from the ancient world. So why God says not to touch practices, right? What Moses practices. And now cultural anthropology has illuminated now technology and archaeology. So we have artifacts that we can trace the history of things, and there's nothing new in this. And so then also the ways that it's attached to church, what came up right after Christ ascended, and the targets against the church, contenders of the truth that we're trying about yoga, so we're identifying all of this, and it has to do with church. Right now, most people don't know a lot of that. We're using the Eastern cults specifically for business officers and yoga, and using the opportunity to just what the actions what it has to do with people think that it came out of Hinduism. It's the other way around. It's more ancient than that. It's ancient. Which world from ancient history actually produced Hinduism? I think it came out of the 60s. But the immorality of the 60s was a product of yoga that had already infiltrated in the churches, specifically to target the churches with occult writings now. They use these practices to bring it into the church. And I think, well, besides elevating worship, and God says in Old Testament, is this possibly deceiving people? And then we look at all the medical data. The medical data now still is a billion-dollar industry. It's a billion-dollar industry. And you have to really get to the unbiased and because it's corrupted, it's a little bit of the data. So you can find the actual truth in the data. And then you're looking at these things on top of it, increasing depression, causing psychosis, disassociation, all these other problems that are well documented data that is scientific. And then, but it also, interestingly, it does change your mind. Yoga's goal is not to empty your mind, it is to change it. And so, and it's changing it to a liberal worldview.
Wow. Okay. Just it's really good because it just started out with like, Robbie, you're totally misunderstanding this. I thought that's what it was. When you're like, okay. So going back to when we started, just to slow down and say, I'm going to see if I can. And you are a doctor, but you're a doctor. In other words, this isn't a medical thing, although it's a medical thing. It has a medical aspect to it. But really, you're studying essentially this is a spiritual world.
Yes, it is.
And unfortunately, we're riding on a cruise ship heading into Normandy, not realizing that, oh my gosh, that this is a huge attack that is coming in so many different forms. You've probably got an app on your phone that has this stuff, and you have all sorts of ways that this is coming at you, and you don't have any idea.
Yes.
Including me, I didn't have any idea. So as you're saying these things, I'm going, oh wow.
Yes, and it's the end time sorcery to see in the United Nations what they've said yoga to unite the world. This is the method of worship practices in all religious locals. Okay, now it's in Christianity. You're exactly right. Probably it is actually now they're saying in apps ways to do these different meditations. They're not using time meditation or Bible concept. It's these other practices. And we now know that they can change you and change your brain. And my master's, I did a clinical master's. So the word is, I say he redeemed my soul in my past. And through all these different things. And so I have this information, so I just have a heart to share.
Yeah, and it's an eye-opening. Like I said, you said the best for last. This is a totally new, and I love it that you have such an understanding. And so for a lot of people, me, right? I do stretches in the morning. I don't sit there and think as I'm doing them. I'm not meditating in any way, shape, or form. But I know they're yoga stretches. I know they are. And so, but I never really made a connection. Like, is there something happening as I'm doing those stretches that was under?
So I don't know what stretches you were doing. So we would have to maybe for a minute.
So like a butterfly thing that you do with your legs?
Yeah. So there's basic body stretches. It's like that our bodies only stretch a certain way, right? So you're going to touch your toes. Well, sometimes what we see with yoga, people are touching their toes. But if it's actually asanas, so if you're looking at asanas, the postures, and you're learning this, oh, the yogis, they say do this yoga posture for health. That then is a posture. That is asana. Asana posture actually means the throne of the deity. So that should answer part of your question. And each one is an animal in the creation, or the celestials. And Hatha yoga is sun salutations. That's what that physical yoga is actually is worship of the sun. But ultimately, the root, as you start to study, is actually worship of the goddess. This is why when you go to yoga journal or Elena journal, the secular roots, you see all this Mother Earth. That's because that is what it is. So it's out there for the Christians to know. But we are sold, just for you, we are sold that it's health. We were intended and targeted in a certain way. It's now embodied in but we've been sold that it's healthy. The same way, we in the past we've been sold other things just because it says healthy on the package. We read the ingredients.
Oh yeah, right.
And so, yeah, so the gurus would tell you it's actually worse if you do disjointed yoga. The gurus flat out tell Christians you cannot do any form of yoga without the full change. And I believe that's true. So the gurus, the secular end of philosophy, the people out of the like myself, I was talking with the people here from India. They know it. They were telling the Christians that this is, you can't do any of this postures. It will hinder you, trap you. Go ahead.
See, a lot of people that know me know I came out of Scientology. So I understand the cause. I lived in Los Angeles. So what cult were you in?
I was in the so
Oh, so you were in the
cult,
right?
New Age shaman, and I was also a serious, I became eventually a serious Buddhist practitioner, second Mahayana.
So no wonder. So how did God grant?
He called me out of it.
How did
So he just stopped me. I actually wasn't looking for him anymore, and I was practicing his Mohammedan in my house, and this was before I met my husband, and the Lord totally stopped me from pulling me out of it. I got around and that was it. And that has been God of the Bible. I pronounced it, let go of everything, that was it. And it was 3 years in, I was studying his word. I was so thirsty. I was coming home after work and reading the Bible. And it was written on, highlighted. It was just, I had to read out the Bible twice. And just so thirsty and just reading the word. And I had some regret because of the darkness I'd been in. And it's bothering me, and was forgiven. But it was about 3 years in when the Lord started showing me the same things I was in or infiltrating the church. And when he did that, he started showing me, I realized now he's sovereign, he's good. He had not only used it, he really used it in the past too. He's using it for his purposes. I'm just trying to follow that leading. Yes, it's been happening. My husband is a retired SEAL, US SEAL, and he was the one that started showing me about yoga and the dangers and reactions to yoga that you get from people. Or it's not a big deal to right? It's not okay, I think it's a side issue, right? It's not in the Bible, which is not true, and it's just not looking historically what people were doing. So it actually is addressed in the Bible. And so, but he say it's like the Wizard of Oz, when he gets caught, don't look over here, right? Like, don't look at the man behind the curtain. Right. And so it's clearly right there, right? And then, or you also really upset, and yoga actually has the effect on the brain as drugs do. So people get very upset if you tell them, you can't do yoga. And my husband looked at this and he said, when you're infiltrating and you're trying to find something where the enemy is, you can sniper or anything, he knows this is special. He said, two of the places that you're going to look is where people are a little bit nervous, don't want you to look, right? Right? And they're trying to hide it, and they get a little bit upset if you get too close. And then the people that know that's where you learn about the enemy. So that drove me to really dig deeper, look again at these things.
I hate You have no idea. But again, this book is obviously just God ordained. It's something that we need to I mean, the church needs to know about this stuff. Unearthing yoga's ancient roots, exposing sorcery. Like, we need to know this stuff because obviously you got kids, you got grandkids. We need to, this is an awesome book that Rob's done, and we need more about it. And obviously, get this in others.
Yes, you can get it on Amazon, and you see their new Scientology, the whole movie on
Okay. And again, we will have Elena on, Dr. Aguirre, on more. This is very important stuff. I can see that. God bless you. Wow. What a gift you are. If you got a car.
Yes, you may take this off.
Yeah, if you want. No, I haven't leave it on.
Okay, and so, and we can talk about this later if you want, even if just you can talk. I actually have a section about specifically your questions. So my goal was every question that people have about yoga, and I did this, and I do this, is answered.
Well, we got to have you, like, even Saturday.
This Saturday, I can be
11 o'clock Eastern. No, it's 11 o'clock Eastern. I think that's 8 o'clock. In Winston-Salem, North Carolina. But the show goes out across the whole Creek Network, which is Virginia and Ohio, South Carolina, Florida. So we can.
Yes. I was just wondering, sometimes ISCA, the International Society of Christian Conduct, sometimes we have to use those. So,
if you have your card,
yes.
Then I will text you, and then if that's the number you want us to call.
And you call in or just
we call you,
okay.
and you'll just call.
No, if you want 8 a.m., that's I'll just put my 11. I'll remember 11 Eastern.
Okay.
Let me get your card. I'll write my number on it too, because it just has my email.
So I'm literally like, this stuff is, nobody knows what you're talking about.
Well, when you look at the Greek for pharmakia,
right?
It is drugs, yes, but it's drugs or. It's actually not an and, there's an or there. And it's incantation meditation, which is linked also to what's in Deuteronomy in the Hebrew, that it's Eastern meditation. And now we know, and if you go to Yoga Journal, they know this. The ancient world know this. The yogis used to combine the drugs and the mushrooms, and they're doing it again now.
Oh yeah, they are.
And because it has the same effect, so it's making it stronger. But I believe it's the end time sorcery deception.
You're right.
That is deceiving us.
It's beautiful.
I don't think I mentioned it to you too, and we can talk about this, but the transgender is yoga philosophy. Cancel culture, yoga philosophy. So even when people aren't doing the practices, the philosophy has been imprinting America's worldview. One of the goals of yoga is to make you transgender, and we wonder why our kids are becoming transgender. So, but let me give you.
Have a seat, whoever. Yes.
Let me write my number on there. Hi.
You looked so poised when you were sitting here.
Oh, did
Well
I?
done.
I think I probably moved a lot more than I should, but
There you go.
thank you. I'll get out of your way right now.
Have you got a card?
I do.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Beyond.
Yeah, so we do multiplying disciples among the unreached. So last year when I was talking to you, we were talking about how, a little bit about how we do it. Some of the stories of the martyrs. We're starting to see a lot of martyrs.
Yeah, we did talk last year, didn't we?
Yeah.
It's all coming back to me.
Oh, I'm sure you have loads of
And I'll make sure. Is there someone I should talk to? Woman
No,
here.
I'm the one.
Okay.
And if I've got your phone number, we'll make it.
And you'll remember Saturday at 11.
text this number?
Yes. If you text me, we can confirm it. God bless you, Robin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, have a great interview. Bye.
And we've got a book that's just come out with some fabulous stories. There's a free download that's available. So I've got a QR code if that would be interesting for people to go and they can get the free download.
Yeah, well, you
book.
got a camera right there. Just
And I've got some other graphics, but it depends on what you want to talk about.
we want to talk about when you got 10 minutes.
Or what do you want to talk about?
There you go. That is a great question.
Thank you so much.
Last day of the NRB is a bittersweet kind of thing. Sometimes, often God saves the best for last. It's kind of an old friend, Laura Humphreys, back with us from last year, and she's with the ministry beyond. And I love the idea of making disciples. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's a great commission. And so, Laura, what's up now?
I don't even know if everything working miraculously. We are still seeing growth. It's always
I just walk around and I'm like, okay, I meant to go here. I make connections where I can.
And with all of that growth,
Isn't that amazing? And I couldn't agree with you more. Discipleship, it starts with yourself. Like, if you're a disciple, like, the idea of an enthusiastic learner in Greek and in Hebrew, the idea is going after that which your heart desires, and your heart desires God.
doing what he said, so obeying what he said to go and make disciples to teach them to obey. So when these disciples are applying the scripture to their lives, and they change, the families change, the communities change, and they want to go tell right away. They want to share right away. It's in their DNA from the beginning, and they're reproducing.
Absolutely. And the neat thing about that is, as you said, if they're in North Africa and they speak Sunni or whatever language they speak, they can reach that group way better than somebody. I mean, because they have been comforted with a comfort that can now comfort others with it specific to their culture, the specific culture. And so, Beyond is the name of the ministry. We haven't said so. So, why Beyond?
Well, I'll say this for we said God is so far beyond us for our annual report last year. He's to be called you know, you just mentioned too if the disciples know people, they're also because what we're seeing now is we're a lack of modern understanding of scripture. And so
Okay, sure. That's right.
so these new disciples are just like and share as well. It's within their DNA that they want to share. So when they come up with tools to help them be able to do that. So that's one that's why it's
And so, here you are at the NRB again. What are you hoping to convey to the church, to our audience? What would you like to do?
that obedience-based discipleship. And so consider communication from the head, like giving out there, all of them what would that look like? That's what our disciples do. And the Lord is transforming and and whenever the present day, 15% of the 25% saturation with whenever we're getting those people are doing it under their place and we have and yet they're still
Bible says that that's part of the package. It's part of the package. It actually uses that in amazing ways, in ways that you may not even know it in your life. See, and so you guys have a new book?
we do tell a story.
Oh,
This
yeah,
book-
please.
This book is called Forests in the Sea. We just talked about forests in the sea. So there's one where the church, the administration, they said, we want to go. I'll use the word.
And
We want to go tell them. They decided to share one chapter. So the first 18 they were you know what I and that's and that was the change. No, I think it's great. I didn't realize that word.
Guys, how many?
I do not know. I do not know the it's brand new. Just they're out. But we are seeing even illiterate women. They're deciding to be core into churches. So it's not going to be a small number that's affected by what is
Oh no. I mean, when you're obedient, the neat thing about being obedient, now you can just do what God has done. You trust Him with your soul, whatever that may be, and it may be you're one of the 18, right? It may be in so many different ways, but still, it was those 18 that were creating good soil, right? Because good soil's got a lot of fertilizer. And I know in my own life that works that way. Now you got this QR code, this big sign.
I got it big. So
Hold it up a little bit so that, and a little bit. There you go. Now they got it. Right there. That's perfect.
All right. Go to this webpage. It's online. There's a free download.
Oh wow.
So you can bring it while you're on the website, you can check out the videos about the You can also sign up for prayer alerts. Doing so much, and check out what I'm doing, and the great.
Yeah, beyond our wildest imagination, beyond anything that we could hope for. I love that. I have a friend that one time he just felt like he kept outrunning God. And he had this vision, up on this mountain. But he had this vision, and he was with God up there. And he said, God kept on running. He said, I'm just going to show you, Darren, you cannot outrun me.
Amen.
And when I got the vision and beyond, I thought about Darren and I thought, yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're simply, if you are truly an obedient, and you feel like it says in Hebrews and the Psalms, when you hear the Holy Spirit, you know, don't harden your heart. That's there for a reason, and obedience is, if you love me, what?
Right, and he didn't stop it.
Exactly. And the joy of that is unbelievable, because I don't know if you've ever heard this, but it's a beautiful day. When you are doing something for somebody that you love, like my wife loves pizza. I don't care for pizza that much, okay? But if I stop on my way home and I get her a pizza, even though I'm smelling that thing all the way home in the car, I don't want to smell it. But nonetheless, the whole time I'm doing that, I'm picturing the look in her eyes to see that pizza. You know, but so you're connecting with the person that you love while you're in the process of obeying those commandments. And interestingly, if you're out there loving, discipling, whatever, you can, like Eric literally, you can feel his pleasure when you're doing that. And so in obedience, you know, it's an amazing gift that you're at that time like, okay, you're doing what I'm supposed to do, and I get to do this with you, which is the whole deal. He doesn't want you to do stuff for him. He wants you to do stuff with him and through him. Right. So is it beyond.org? Beyond.org, and there you got free downloads. You don't want to miss out on all that stuff. And Laura Humphreys, thank you so much for sharing that with us. God bless. I love it.
Oh, mine went to.
It's, believe me, the numbers and the figures, nobody remembers this. They remember actually how you made it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we got a little bit of the situation. No, so the people who were supposed to be here at 10:15 are now here, and so is the 10:45 lady. So, what do you want to do? We take the people who were late, or the lady who's on time?
Yeah, well, I think we take the lady who's on time,
Okay.
and then the people that were late, hopefully I can get them in before the next one.
Okay. Try to do that.
I mean, doesn't that seem fair?
That seems fair to me.
Because I don't know if I'll get it.
Okay. Try to get you. Okay.
That's fine. We don't have to hang around. I just sometimes people.
Oh, it's good to see you
Good
again.
to see you again too. I was afraid I was late, but I'm not.
You're not.
Yeah, I know. So.
It's 10:45.
So
Put those on, we'll get going. Apparently, there's people waiting. I don't. If you pull that microphone up in front of your face, just say, there you go. So again, we're here at the NRB 2025, and we get to see some old friends. And apparently, Linda Hansen is written another book, right?
same book,
Oh, it's the same book.
but a lot more resources.
He's already started.
I didn't think the cover looked the same, so I remember this. So, Prosperity 101, we can all use it in the the essential guide to understanding how policy affects your preaching. And it's not involved with you are very involved in policy.
Yes.
And how does that affect our paychecks? Oh, way more than you may think.
Well, I think the American public is waking up a little bit to how much it affects their paycheck and understanding that we don't vote for people and we don't vote for parties. we vote for the policies, whether we know it or not. And one of the things I try to do through my work, and I've been very thoughtful of this for years, but as a believer, I really, my goal is to make sure that we have opportunity to share the gospel, and that we have the freedom to share the gospel. So what I'm trying to do is keep preserving the gospel by making sure we protect our God-given rights and guaranteed in our Constitution that are given to us by God. So when we talk about prosperity in my program, I go to the book or my outreach or sort of ultimate podcast that I do, it's helping people understand prosperity isn't necessarily. It's human flourishing and freedom. And yes, money can be a part of that, and growing and prospering financially can be a part of that. But you can't do unless you have opportunity. And my specific focus is to really help administrators educate employees about the basic principles of freedom and helping them to understand their own rights as citizens, but then how that all fits in together with how the business operates, how the road, when to go, and then also how to be an informed, involved, and practical citizen is important. But it really creates a relationship in the workplace, and I appreciate employers
They were late.
let them know
They were late. Well, and I'm sure they were
having conversations about the gospel.
So what do you think most employees need to know that they? I know you've got a whole book on the subject, but there's obviously just highlights like, boy, I wish people knew this.
Well, they're not entitled.
Really?
I think every employer would like to, but especially our government right now would like to remind people it's not an entitlement to have, but that it, well, one, it's like a government. Government is not provided enough of it. It's actually a private business that drives the state. So we want everybody to understand that it's business that drives the economy, not the government. The government has nothing to do with it. So we have to have healthy, thriving, prosperous businesses in order for people to have jobs or products and services that matter. And that's part of growing. Oh, okay. So that's part of it. It just doesn't grow on trees. Money doesn't grow on trees. But then also that as a basic that entitlement is not at all what we want. It's like so much in society. And people think that business has all this money. They own a company. Well, I experienced it. I mean, I'm on top of and we were opening another one. And that one was, had a little trouble getting off the ground, and I came home from school. I had to talk with you two steps. Now, my peers who were working on that restaurant had no idea that my college funds had just got there to pay their paycheck. But this is something that everybody understands. And we can help employees understand how policies impact business. It helps them to think like an owner, and it helps them to understand the big picture. And so when they go to a voting place, they're not voting out of the job. They think about the big picture, how to protect their own well being that has to do with struggle time like that, which just directly to work.
You've absolutely got to work for it. Obviously, you're using to help a lot of other people. And so, entitled is sort of a buzzword that a lot of people use. It sounds like inside of that word, what you're saying is that your boss does not owe you a job. He doesn't necessarily owe you all the days off that you may think that you need, or health care, or all these things that what he is trying to do, obviously, is create an environment for the business to thrive so that his people can thrive. He wants them to thrive. He wants you to make more money than you can possibly imagine. Probably most employers do.
Exactly. You know, one of the things I was like, involved with union, and they're not always the most, the most receptive to a conservative message or something. But there was one in particular who was rather burly and intimidating to me in the room, and he was in the back corner looking very angry that he didn't do it. And as the presentation was on, his body language was down. At the end, he raised his hand and he said, "So let me get this straight. Get those policies up there making our country here, getting this paycheck and the benefits. Why do I want to go for this? I mean, this is supposed to be so I wanted to jump up and down. But that was a beautiful moment when the light bulb went on for him. I'm sure he will never get to see it seriously because he was thinking about issues. And he can have a better relationship with his employer. And his employer, and if you wind up with someone and it just adds up to, you know, I care about you, I want you to have this information, and it really means our basic freedom. I hope you have to go to bed. Yeah, and say, hey, very excited that well, as long as last resort of sorts in many ways, because right now people are saying no, you might say, we have executive orders that are wonderful. We have new laws coming down the pipe. We have a cabinet meeting that opened yesterday in prayer. How do we really crazy? However, this could change. Politicians change, elected officials change, laws change. The new president comes in next week. We can't take any of this to science because our role as leaders is to make sure that happens. One, we have to we want people to understand how to take that revival into the marketplace as well. Take that spiritual vitality into the marketplace. And that's, I think employers have incredible responsibility too. If you think about all these people who've gone through the public service system, they're 20 years old, 30 years old, 30 years old. They are the employees. They have been taught, the culture right now has been so much, especially the last 4 years. America's horrible, socialism is good, capitalism is bad, the family's bad, you know, all these things that hurt our culture and people all around our nation and the world. But if we have a good so these people who come out of universities with the money and try to protest or be entitled,
right?
You know, instead of the employers bowing and having these woke policies, you know, they can stand up and say, oh, here's something, a new way to think about it, and I care about you. And we're basically really educating and giving them that civics class they know.
And if you want that civics class, Linda Hansen's Prosperity 101, right?
Yes, thank you. And I have an online course I'd like to license into the businesses or churches. And I also do in-person presentations with love to people. So prosperity101.com.
Oh, prosperity101.com. And we all need that. Thank you again, Linda. God bless.
Is that good?
Good job. Oh, yes. Do you want this back?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. That's okay. I think Mark has one, so that's okay. So good for you to look at. Thank you.
Whatever works for you works for us. We're flexible.
Okay.
What do you guys think?
I love it.
Thank you.
Hello. If you want to put those on, you both can
Yes.
put phones there. You can probably, hopefully, hear me better. I can hear you better. And so, who are you guys? Obviously, Carolyn and Madeline. But if you got a business card or something.
Thank you. You want them to hold it?
Wait, you'll hold it. It's all right. There you go. If you want them to show the look.
All right. So, traveling with Jesus. I'm excited about that.
If you want them to show it, then he'll tell
I
you
would
when
love
to
to
hold
travel
it
with
up.
Jesus.
We all do all the time.
Oh, yes, so we are here on the last day of the NRB. Maybe we saved the best for last because we get to travel with Jesus. Travel with Jesus. And how fun is that? Like, I can see immediately this is a book that everybody needs.
Absolutely. They love to talk to all generations.
Oh, I'm in the chat. But I want to hear it first. Like, there's two of you here. We got Madeline and we got Carolyn. So, Madeline and Carolyn, how did you guys end up traveling with Jesus?
Sure. So, in March of last year, I was able to do a mission trip out with our church communities, and in so many ways, life changing. Building networks, like, is all so moving. Just after that trip, we were sending my sister out. Financially, and one of those people was Carolyn, and she's so incredibly kind. Like, I also one of the letters she was like praying about it. They really mean a lot. And I was like, oh, that's awesome, good for you, that's so cool, like, that's awesome. And she's like, oh, I want you to illustrate it. So throughout this book, she's been writing and drafting and illustrating, and now we have this beautiful story.
So, do you mean to tell me
Yes.
that you
Yes.
and you wrote this?
Well, how much time do you have?
Right?
Let's just see how beautiful this is. And the other thing that I would note immediately is you guys don't appear to be related. So how do you know each other?
Maddie and I attend the music thing is now.
Surprise.
Surprise, Arizona, which is about 45 minutes from
Naturally.
Exactly.
Surprise.
And it's really good. And I've been attending for actually years. 15 years or so. And we actually, I think they're so good at saying this to
I know. It's only been 10 hours. Come back in 10 years. Just kidding.
So we have gone much closer over the years.
So she's on the same. Sure.
Man, this is awesome. And it's so beautifully and professionally done. Clearly. And so
So that means that
the
I
writing part, I can't sample quite as quickly. The art is but when it comes to a children's book, right, this is what grabs me. And obviously, you know, I'm going to tell my story. So I love to fish. And so I was up in the area around Ohio. I live in North Carolina. We were steelhead fishing. And the pictures, she was a wonderful trout that I was fishing. And I caught some fish, but I wanted to catch one and do it with Jesus. Like I wanted to have Jesus like with me, experiencing it. But these fish hit with such violence. I love the fish as much as I do. Every time one hit, I would immediately forget God and just like, okay, I got it. Like, and then I'd have the fish, and I'm like, I missed it again. I missed it again. So I went to lunch with my buddies, who were all Christians, and one of them, a wonderful brother, I said, man, what I really want to do is I want to catch one of those fish on a fly rod, and I want to catch it with Jesus. I don't want to just, I want to catch it. The movie River runs through it. There's this wonderful scene where he catches this huge trout. I want that. I want that. And so I grabbed my fly rod to go right back out to the river, and almost immediately, right, and my brother, he immediately cries out, "Thank you, Jesus."
Thank you, Jesus.
And so immediately I was like, oh, you know.
This is how it works.
And so literally I fought that fish for almost an hour. Because with the fly rod you usually like 4 pound just land on a 20-pound fish. And so you know it was the catch of a lifetime. But when I saw your title, because obviously when you're in El Salvador, you were traveling with Jesus and you're experiencing those children and their conversion and those kind of things. So as soon as I saw that, I went, yeah, that's exactly it. Because what good is it to catch that fish if you didn't do it with Jesus? What good is it to come to the NRB if you don't do it with Jesus? What good is it to sit in an interview with
I grew up in church when I was growing up, we didn't really have that mindset that children were on mission trips because it was a very serious thing and it could be dangerous for each woman. But I truly respect that not necessarily a 5-year-old should just go on a mission trip per se. So I wanted this book to give an education of what a mission trip is and how it should be. How kids like my age, by what their parents do, it's not scary. It teaches other people.
I agree with you. How old were you? You know, I mean, I'm not supposed to ask these questions of a woman, but how old were you when you went on this trip?
I was 15 when I went on this trip, and I'm 16 now.
So my daughter, I have 3 children, all 3 were under. My youngest, it made such an impact on her when she went to Africa, she went to college with mission. And interestingly, just to finish that story, she was just, man, I just totally changed her life. So I thought, like, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. And she goes to Stanford University to learn how to become a missionary and do those things in Birmingham, Alabama. And COVID is. They cancel all the mission trips everywhere. She can't go on mission trips. And she goes, well, because she was in a heart for young, underprivileged kids, whatever. So she started teaching in the on college schools in Birmingham. They're underprivileged schools and that kind of stuff. And she ends up being, that's what she does. And she does it to this day. And it's just so, you are a missionary, really, when you think about it. In Phoenix or Surprise.
Yeah. She was dancing.
Oh, good for you. I am so grateful that God is open to you. And again, there's no doubt He would give you a heart. But certainly He's given you a very unique gift of art, and I can hardly wait to read it.
Absolutely, you can take this one right here.
I have grandkids.
Oh, yeah, that's wonderful.
In fact, that very daughter has got one that's only He's going to be traveling with Jesus, and she will love this. Guys, it's so amazing. And so I got one last question. So whenever you do a book, God, he usually surprises you with something like that. I did not see that coming. As you, I'm sure, missed your and interestingly, he gave you this project shortly thereafter.
Somebody asked me like, okay. Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do. Yes, I have not been they all bridge. Well, that could be all around. And I remember it's being a played in this really small courtyard for about 30 minutes. Back the next day, we like the crowd right when we lost the last day. And the next day, it's fine. So we're at the church door. There's a big bar. Yes, we're on it. We'll go back. So we bring these chairs back and locate outside at 10 o'clock. And then I got an email and someone would say that I had to be too late. And I remember hearing the bell ring, and this mob was just getting to come, and I'm just running through the crowd, and it was fine. And so he told me actually that some of the residents got just walked into the class after the meeting and was, oh, I should go with my group, sorry. But they brought me to their class, it was here, and they're running in their classroom and people and they just told me I had to do that. I come out, they're saying, like, no, go to that, we'll figure out how to use it. And then I didn't with like kindergarten writing stuff. And well, that was just it. That wasn't it. There's so much. And I was just here, but it's also that it's just. And I'm not expecting it to go well. That's very quick.
Wow. That doesn't overwhelm you. I don't know. Look, like traveling with you. I'm excited.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, this made my day. It's absolutely amazing.
Thank you so much.
Have a great rest of your day.
Oh, you're fine.
Forgive me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
You made it. I'm so glad.
And the green, the green card here,
This one.
that's for anything related to them. That's who you connect with. Because I'm your network.
Oh,
Thank
yes,
you.
you are.
and otherwise you get. Thank you very, very much. I'm
You're
looking
welcome.
forward to this.
Thank you.
Do you know how far out your fees are being booked? I mean, aired. You know how
Oh,
far
no,
out?
no, I don't. But we'll get back to you.
Oh, that's fine. She's got a note. I'm hoping we don't do it till April. 'Cause that's
Oh, no, it
Do you
won't be.
see him? Thank you. Colleen, have a great one.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. You made
So we
it.
have sled. We have got her in here because actually your next one's Barry McGuire and he's not here yet.
Oh,
So we're sliding. So we're sliding her
yeah,
in.
well, we can slide Barry in.
All right.
I am so glad you made it. What, if you got a card or something.
Yay, Rosita!
I made it. I made it.
If he does show, I'll
I
hold
felt
him
bad as I saw you walking off. I was like, man, I hope you can see it.
Well, and Junior then came over here and said, "Get them in, get them in." I'm like, "Well, I'm trying."
That's not my title.
But you are seated?
Lanita. So Anita with an L.
I got it. Lanita, now that I can see that there's
Yeah.
an N there. Lanita. And since this is your title, is it
I mean, honestly,
Tikva?
Tikva.
Tikva. It's a V.
Tikva. I'm coming with a very difficult name for you to
That's okay.
recall. The best thing for you to do is say, tell me, where do you work? What's the name of your institution? And I'll say, I work at
Yes, there we go.
But my title, honestly, the reason why I'm here is to be less important than my title is my job. I'm being moved into the role of administration partnership at my institution. And so that you can call me the director of Jewish Christian partnerships. Those not an official title.
I like it. So,
And what is your name?
my name is Robbie. We're here the last day of the National Business Broadcasters Convention. And sometimes God saves the best. It's very cool. So I love the idea of Christian-Jewish relationships. And so we have Lanito, and she is with Tikva. And I can see Tikva is the Hebrew word. And must have something to do with Jewish-Christian relationships. So tell us.
Honestly, it does, because Tikva means hope, which is obviously essential. But I'm at Tikva in building Jewish-Christian relations. I am one of the only
believers in Christ Jesus that practice Tikva, which is a predominantly non-Orthodox institution.
Really?
Yeah.
And so, as somebody that loves Hebrew, and when I think of hope in Hebrew, I thought of the word tikva, but tikva must be the other hope. So many words in English have got lots of different Hebrew variations. So, could you spell tikva for me in Hebrew? Same word. I'm just asking.
I forgot the yod. There's a yod in between there.
You're right. So, and the reason why I'm pronouncing it differently is I love language, and so we just talked about it. Because the idea of hope is gigantic. It is. So, when you think of the word, I would say kava, you're saying tikva. The kava word that is before the tav is the word that is used many times for wait, like in Isaiah, right? Those who wait on the Lord, right? And that's the word kava.
Yeah, likvot. It's the root word.
Right? And that word, you find it there first time, you know where you find it?
It's in Genesis, right?
When he gathers the waters together and the dry earth appears on the third day, it's kava. Or, as you pronounce it, kava.
You want me to repronounce it? Likvot is the word to. It's the verb.
And so I've always found it more than fascinating that there's hope, and it's coming on the idea of the last letter of Hebrew, being here's the end of the story. Is a gathering of folks that appreciate God. So I know we said all that to say here's this gigantic relationship Jews, so you can speak their language the way they hear it.
I try.
So how in the world did that happen, Liddy?
If I may share a little bit about my story,
Please.
and then dive into Tikva, my institution, where it's so important. I fell in love with the Lord at a young age of 15, and the next year he taught me about his love for Israel.
And where was that?
Where
did you live?
I was in Chicago.
Okay, beautiful.
I was in Chicago, and I had the joy of studying the Bible and in the process of studying it. So the story about Israel and them being the apple of God's eye. And that was history for me. Once I learned that, I then decided to study Jewish studies in college. Yeah, the believer. Remained a believer. Still a believer to this day. No, I actually went to the University of Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah. I went to the University of Virginia.
And so then how did you end up with Tikva?
So Tikva is a beautiful Jewish organization that focuses on the humanities, Jewish studies, Jewish history, American history, politics, public affairs. Back before, one of the main aspects of our institution is so we teach courses, programs, podcasts, applications, conferences that focus on biblical roots of America and Judeo-Christian values and how they're so important for the future of our people, of our faith communities, of our schools.
Did I understand that? Maybe I missed it. Most of the folks at Tikva are Orthodox Jews.
Most are modern Orthodox Jews, so I stand as the black sheep, which is funny for many reasons because you're looking at me.
For those of us who are watching on Facebook, you get that. And so, how cool is that? And so, are they Hasidic Jews, or what? When you say Orthodox?
Modern Orthodox, in that they cherish the Bible, they cherish their Jewish roots,
Their Torah studies.
their Torah study, their Talmudic study. It's at a level that is very beautiful and connected to their traditions and values. And they also understand the significance of Western studies and diving into the different understandings of how America was built, how Western civilization is key to democracy.
And so in your new role, what do you consider, or how do you see what you're going to be doing?
It's two ways. Tikva is a Jewish organization that's interested in building real connections within the Christian world. And this is at a time when it's needed the most, given the rising anti-Semitism in the country and around the world. They see Christians, the Christian community, as true friends, consistent friends that they want to work with. So my new role would be building alliances between the two, making sure that they're communicating, and what will they be communicating? The core values of the Bible. Learning and understanding the need for Judeo-Christian values to be built in the church.
That's a beautiful opportunity, God. Such a time as this. From the girl in Chicago there. Right. The girl from Chicago. Right.
The girl from Chicago.
Not unlike it was a girl from, they didn't know. And she was from Israel.
Yeah.
She was.
Yeah.
And
I lived in Israel.
Did you? Obviously, you speak it. Where in Israel did you live?
I lived in the holy city of Jerusalem. The best place to be, the place where Jesus Christ was crucified and where he laid down his life for my and for the souls of the world.
And so, how do you want our listeners to respond? How can we help what we need to do? Why are you out here talking?
Why am I here? Because I believe that in my experience, both the institution and the meaning of the word hope, it is to create opportunities for people to connect to their Jewish roots. And when I say there, I mean both those who believe in Christ and yes, we have them. The Old Testament, that is part of our heritage. We're going to graft into that world together. Tikva wants to connect the Christian world to that, and they want to do that for their own people as well. So Tikva meaning hope. The word is the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, which is another way of describing it. Tanakh. It's hope.
That's right.
It is hope. Now, I also read the New Testament, and I believe that is hope as well. But Tikva, our role as an institution is to share the mystery and the revelations of the Old Testament, as well as the beauty of Jewish tradition and life.
Oh my gosh! I wish I could have.
You can join us by looking at our website, tikva.org. And it's a funny word, but I want you to learn it. It's spelled TIKVAH.org. You go online and you'll be able to explore biblical courses and podcasts that dive into the Bible and give you an understanding of
So I'm glad that I did that.
the Jewish
Jews. Correctly then? Tikva.org.
Tikva.org.
Thank you so much. Very good. That is awesome. I am so excited for you.
Did I do okay?
You did do it.
It's my first interview on radio.
Really?
I hope I did okay.
All right, Barry.
I don't want to keep you.
Mind if I send you? Thank you.
Barry, I want to stay connected. You're the man of the hour. And because you're the man end of the hour. I don't want you to miss your hour.
Yeah.
Hey, brother.
No, Barry, good to see you again, sir.
Good to see you.
God loves you. I
Thank
know
you.
that.
He does too much. More than I deserve.
We meet again. That's backwards. You got to go the other way. Yeah. I don't know why they put that on the wrong side, but they do.
Usually,
All right.
it doesn't matter. It works.
It does.
Okay, we're good.
We are good.
We're good. Yes, sir. Thank you for having me on again.
Oh, we love it.
Now I'm home.
We are. Everybody that ever sees me, do you know Barry McGuire? I said, yeah, we've talked since I did the first show in 2007.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it has. Well, we talked on the phone long before we met. How long have you been doing it?
I was asking people, I think it's 12 years.
Yeah, because I didn't remember seeing you first. And then all of a sudden, you started with Bob, and you started coming in.
He was using our products. So he said he could.
We were too, because our body shop guy that has been on the air with us forever, I mean, he was the one that originally said, man, you got to get Barry McGuire. So that was, so have fun. We are here with Barry McGuire, the Barry McGuire.
Here we are.
And we've been here a few times with you. Barry's got such an important message. He's on the Truth Network. You know, every single day you've heard him on my show, I don't know how many times, because he's always there in the little minute, inspiring to ignite, you know, that we can share our faith. And it's so huge. And for such a time as this, right there, it's,
Well, it really is true. Sharing, I mean, you can't use the term evangelize it. Nobody wants to do this. Nobody wants to do it. Nobody wants to be evangelized. So I don't know. I'd like people to get a better term. And faith sharing sounds kind of boring. And then, you know, the church arms us. I mean, you've been in the church all your life like I have. It's like, well, you'll be persecuted. You know, bless those that are. Who wants to be persecuted? And then you got to learn all this information and get these steps down and ask these questions. It's labor intensive. And so most people don't share their faith. It's just too much for them. So that's not my goal. We actually have a page in our website. MFE's most frequent excuses.
oh, really?
And it destroys scripture. We have no excuse, folks. You're set. It's set. He didn't say go to the room. All you have an outgoing personality or Bible knowledge. He said go. He also said, they'll know you're my Bible. You're my disciple. They'll know you're my disciple by your Bible knowledge. No, he didn't say that. By your gift of gab. No, he didn't say that. By your love. And so I was an introvert. People say, well, you had this big personality. Well, I didn't. I go back 50 years. We've been doing this for 50 years, Karen and I. And I was an introvert. I was afraid to talk to people. And sharing my faith actually got me out of it. I mean, it's true. But, you know, if you just love on people, forget the script. I mean, I thank God for all the scripts that we're doing here. Most of us are not going to go to class. Most of us are, but every one of us in the world, right? And every one of us is surrounded every day by people who are lost. They're sitting right beside us in waiting rooms, or right beside us standing, we're happy. And you can always be preoccupied with your phone. I can occupy myself with my phone and not pay attention to them. I think the opposite of love is not hate. I think the opposite of love is apathy. You don't care that they're good. That's what you're really saying. When you don't talk to them, you don't care if they're good. On the other hand, if you love everybody every day, you always find a way to love other people. You can find it. I love that brooch. Is that an team? You find a point of connection. I got to do it with tattoos. Okay, you got it. I'm an old guy. Teach me what's the symbolism in that tattoo? They light up, man. They're just wow. But the conversation we have in love are Holy Spirit driven. And the Holy Spirit works on them and they know this is real love. And almost every person out there is hurting. Instead of say 80% of the church are looking for God. And so more times than not, they'll open up and say, they'll tell you what the problem is. The problem with their family member or whatever. And then instead of preparing, this is the great thing. We don't have to trade. Zero trading. We just let the Holy Spirit give you the words. Luke 12:12. The Holy Spirit will give you the words to say. If you need them all, He'll give you all the words. And you just have this wonderful conversation. And you understand that's God. God's okay with this conversation. I just quoted scripture I haven't heard in years. I just quoted verbatim how that happens. A supernatural experience. That's intimacy with God. I mean, if you haven't had that experience, folks, you're missing out on what being a Christian is all about. Because every time you get through with one of those, and I have multiple today, you just have a mountain. I often look up and see Jesus smiling at me, saying, "Way to go, Barry! You're right there. You followed my lead. You gave the word." And the joy of the Lord is my strength. You say, "Why are you happy all that?" The joy of the Lord is my strength. I give Him joy, and He gives me strength.
Oh yeah, because it makes perfect sense when you think about it.
Yeah.
What you're describing is that if you really, really care about that person, like if you really do care,
Yeah.
then the words will come, and they'll feel that you're actually.
And you're not just ignoring them, you know. Jesus said at the very beginning, when they asked him, "What should we do?" What is the question? He said, "Of course, love me, love you yourself." And he went on to say, "That's all I require. All the law of the prophets, hundreds of them, everything we satisfy that one." Because if we love our neighbors as ourselves, we're as concerned for their salvation as we are our own salvation. And now I'm on mission with everybody around me. So what I say, what I laugh at, what I joke about, what I look at, what I adore, everything, the whole package, should be leading people closer to Jesus. So they see, you want Jesus, what I have. I get people all the time, "What is it? Now tell me, what's going on? How do you have that joy? You really want to know?"
Right?
And so, yeah, we're supposed to represent Him. He's an ambassador. He's pure and holy and righteous, and we should be living those lives. But it's not out of legalism. It's not hard. You don't even think about it because you're just trying to be Christ to the people all around you. And love on them. Be His hand extended.
And I love, in our previous talks, it's a pretty simple message that a lot of times people just didn't understand at all, that God loves them.
That's powerful. That's powerful. I tell people, I've never gotten anybody mad at me. I've never offended in my 50 years. I've never been persecuted. You don't get people mad at you when you tell them exactly what you said. God loves you. You're not going to get mad at you. You say, they will reject it many times. You can't love them. You don't know what that is. I sat next to her down the plane a while back, and I had a Bible, so she knows a Christian. She's doing her baptism. She's submissive to those guys. She said, "Well, God did never love me. Why not? Love her relationship with Him." My reaction was, I wasn't uncomfortable. This is just fun and joy. I laughed. She says, "You're laughing." I said, "Well, only because you don't have any idea who God is. You have no idea how much He loves you. What? He loves you. In fact, He loves you much He never loved anybody. He never loved you more. He loves you as much as He loves His own Son Jesus. That's how much He loves you. And we all mess up. And thank God He loves us through all the things we mess up. But He was love to respond to Him, and that's what it works. He just wants you to respond to Him, and that works for us. We talked the whole flight to Dallas. And then we're landing on the tarmac. I was praying to Him. The opportunities are all around us. So we need to grab every opportunity we can. And everybody we say, like that, how many people were they? Everybody I could interview was sharing their faith. They start moving in around here. Two or three people a day. You see, there's things that you here. That's a whole lot of food. We already are doing that with tens of thousands of people. If you go to Amazon.com, ignite your life, which you know it does. When you do this, it ignites your life. The purpose of sharing our faith is about us. He's inquiring about purpose. Igniting our life. But if you go to Amazon and not necessarily read the book, you should. But I don't make any money in the book. But it does tell you how to do this effortlessly with great spiritual support. But if you go to Amazon, there's hundreds. There's hundreds of reviews. All of them are 5-star. All 5-star reviews. And all of them say the same thing. I never shared my faith. And now I'm sharing my faith every day. That's all I know.
And the beauty of that, right, is you may know that Barry McGuire is the car guy. And of course, I can tell you that in order to have ignition, it takes fuel.
Yeah,
and,
absolutely.
And it takes air.
So true.
And to have a really good power stroke, just saying,
Yeah.
it takes the best possible fuel. And if you can't tell he's running on fuel, if you can't tell he's running on joy, if you can't tell
Another way I put it, I'm giving God the steering wheel.
Yeah.
But we ain't going nowhere until I step on the gas.
Isn't that crazy?
I gotta go for it. I'm going to Autorama tomorrow.
Awesome.
Oh, biggest hot rod show in the country, of course. That's my mission field. I'll be talking to you about the Lord all day the next 2 days. There's 100,000 people there, so it's just a mission field. I talk about car wrecks, of course. But I have more people I talk about the Lord. It's so cool.
All right. Thank you, Barry. God bless. Same here. Apparently, you got to go. Thank you, as always.
As always. Okay, we're off.
There's Jerry. Do you know we're going to Israel?
In May? Yeah. You'll be there with Mark Phillips?
He offered to take me. I'm like, oh, we'll go. He said, Jerry's going. I said, I'm going to be there. So with my wife and I.
Nice to see you. I'm still living on the lake in Hickory.
Yeah, I know. We're on the lake in Blues Creek.
Where?
I live on Blues Creek Lake in Stubbsville.
I've never seen Reagan.
It says StreamYard NRB Live. StreamYard.
Oh, it's
NRB.
Yeah,
I go to Clear Mountain and Reagan Farm, but I never get to continue. What's it called?
It's called Old Circuit. Old. Yeah. See you, Jerry. All right.
She's your next review. How can they find this now?
It's on YouTube under Robbie Dillmore. It's on LinkedIn under Robbie Dillmore. It's on Facebook.
YouTube. I can find it on Facebook. I was looking under Facebook.
You have to-
Facebook Live today.
It's there. I assure you,
YouTube.
you got to be my friend.
Well, we have to be your friend.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, you should have told me this prior to now.
Anybody can watch it on YouTube. Anybody can watch it on LinkedIn. But to see it on Facebook, you got to be.
Okay, YouTube. Check YouTube. There's your headset.
Well, thank you for your patience.
She was asking how you sound and find it, so we were trying to maybe how we could
Probably can I get a picture before we start?
Robbie Gilmore is live, and it was on Facebook. So I watched it on 7 minutes of it. And I don't know what time it was.
Yeah, we're there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Onward and upward. We have a book.
Yes.
We have a neat book. The girl in her noble steed.
I know.
This is really cool. I like the noble steed. You must have watched Shrek.
Yes.
So, pull the mic up right in front. There you go. I hear you. You are.
I live in and you too?
So,
I live in
She lives in Kansas City. Yeah.
Well, here we are, last day of the NRB. Really have fun, winding things up, but we got. Is it croissant? Say it one more time. We got to hear this. Keep them. Okay. Fanny. She's written a book. If you're looking on Facebook or YouTube or something, it's The Girl and Her Noble Steed. It's got a very, very cute. I'm sure everybody like me wants to know what in the world is The Girl and the Noble Steed.
The Girl and the Noble Steed is a award-winning Christian fairy tale for kids 8 to 12. And it's set against the backdrop of a quirky village and an epic race. It's about a little orphan girl who wants to save her orphanage from closure. And how, through prayer, she gets a dream from the man from up the stairs, as she calls it.
Uppity stairs.
Yeah. To participate in the race. And so, through prayer and courage and the help of friends, she teams up with a grumpy old farmer who uses a huge donkey. And this trio of unlikely underdogs take on, set to right the wrongs and take on the race of life.
Wow, that was a mouthful very quickly. But it is actually somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 pages long. And so usually, like, there's a whole God story behind all this, so I'm sure everybody like me wants to know, like, how does a beautiful young girl like you decide to write a book called The Girl and the Noble Steed?
The true story is, so I come from a broken home. My dad was and something that I realized as I grew up is that though I didn't have the opportunity to become a leader, I didn't have, you say like a father to get with the dad.
Uppity stairs.
Yes, totally uppity stairs, the man over there. And today, if I'm doing what I'm doing, is because he has led me through all those twists and turns, ups and downs, finding to a place where I live my attitude is and so the reason I wrote this book is because I want everyone to know that she has the power to and nothing is beyond it. It starts with a simple thing that's so different and they can
So 2 Corinthians chapter 1, essentially shortly into the chapter, it says, God of all comfort, comfort others with the comfort that you might comfort others with the comfort that comes from you. How that goes. So, interestingly, your book is for what age group? 8 to 12.
But I see parents reading it to little kids, and I see parents loving them.
Just stay with me for a second. So, at what age did you really struggle?
It was at that age.
Yeah, I see
oh
that.
Oh my gosh, I feel like that's amazing. Yes, it was definitely.
And so now you want to comfort. Well, God wants you to come because you didn't feel very comfortable in those days. And so, somewhere between the age of 8 and 12, how did the man from up these stairs actually? How did you find out about him?
So that's a story that connects to my story. It actually happened to my foster daughter, who was the first one I saved to my family. And after her deathbed, after the bed of the hospital, she said she was praying for me to be with her. And in the quiet silence of her meditation, she wrote the statements of God saying, "Save God and die." And to her meditation, she said that God brought me into God's So, and it so happened that my sisters and I were working with the organization and she was so she called me to ministry I always tell people I want to work because she
And how old were you when she came in your life?
very little, but I would say I came to know Christ.
That was the first time. Because she always said I'm such a. We started playing together at the time.
That is really, really cool. And it makes me want to read more and really know the speed. But interestingly, at some point you felt God say, I'm not going to try your first name again. He said, what is it? Keith and you need to write. You need to write this. He snuck up on you and you learned something about your own story. And it's just wonderful.
What I learned is and I never knew that until like after I wrote it.
Right?
I didn't realize I was coming into the story of her. She so badly wants to be one of the stories. And she does, even though it's a dream, but she never knew she was going to do it because she didn't have the money for it until the Lord showed her in a dream she got to go this race. And what I learned from it is like really how trust me that yes, we have to work hard. We can't do anything else. We gotta go do
You
work.
gotta write the work. You gotta write the work.
Yes.
So you said something absolutely beautiful. That you know this because God's been teaching it to you. Obviously, one of the greatest Christian books of all time you may know has to do with and A Girl in a Noble's Teeth. For those Shrek fans out there, you know what? You got to go watch that clip there with the Noble's Teeth. The idea of strength. And you'll find it throughout the scriptures. It talks about strength. That you receive strength, and you need strength. And you know what? I love the Hebrew language, and I don't know if you ever looked at the word strength in Hebrew. And Hebrew language is a picture language. So there's picture, right? Which I can understand pictures, it's not just symbols. So there's only 2 letters in the word strength. The first letter you probably would somewhat recognize. It looks a lot like a Y, but I don't know if you ever thought about why a Y looks like a Y. Is it a picture language? That you have 2 eyes and they're connected by an optic nerve, so that 2 eyes coming down that Y connected to one, and you end up with one vision from 2 perspectives. Yes. And so when you think about that, the idea of vision without a vision is very, in other words, you've got to be able to have a vision, and that vision that you're hoping for, right, could be equals. Interestingly, that same letters in the word equal. So what are you looking at? But the word strength begins with that letter I. The second letter in strength is the letter Zion, which not coincidentally is the 7th letter in the Hebrew alphabet. And what it is actually is a female energy. And it's a female energy from the standpoint that the bride of Christ, which we all are, we're all Proverbs 31 women, whether we like it or not. The bride of Christ should reflect Christ. And the only way it can reflect Christ is if it remembers Christ. So Jesus said in the last supper, right? Remember me. And so strength is simply the vision of reflecting your Father. So you said, if you keep your eyes on God, exactly, then you can run the race. Exactly. So your book, it's got a race for you. And so how did it feel to actually write? Do you feel like a writer?
I never thought I was going to do this because I had heard about it during this secular television production. Never like when I was a kid, I was told really about reading the town hall storytelling, scaring people and doing things all the time, creating a humbug. But I never thought that children's writers, especially Christian. And when I felt in my heart that the Lord's calling me to write these books, I was more looking at books that were secular, like, and looking at normal fiction and all these things. So when I read, I that what I wrote was is called Alive and East Discourse. That's when the Lord came to me. I'm like, what did you do? And at that time, I didn't know he was going to throw me into children's ministry. I thought I'm just writing books. But sure enough, here I am doing work with children and on the children's ministry. He knows how to take the program.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but you're crazy.
He absolutely does. Once again, The Girl in Her Noble Steed by Keith. And is there a website? And if you go there to Keith and Fanning on Amazon, there'll be her other. Have you really? You are. You're completely the whole thing. I've never interviewed you before. Joni, what are you doing? Well, thank you so much. It's been so wonderful to talk to you. God bless you. She's written all these books, and I've never talked to her. Is this for me?
If you want to keep it, that's fine. Would you read it? Let me sign it for you.
So, how hungry are you?
My wife is waiting on me
Your wife
in the
is
restaurant right this minute. Yeah, she's here.
All right. Well, because you're running a little late, and you have one more interview to do. But then you have me messed up a scheduling thing, and I think somebody fell off your schedule that you're going to want to meet. So I asked you to stop by at least meet. And so.
Can you spell your first name?
Robbie, R-O-B-B-Y.
So I already talked to Colleen about it this morning. She said you had no more openings, but I didn't know if you were just, sliding over to the sandwich or something.
All right. So I got one more interview that's here right now.
Yeah, and you've got
this.
This is one of my people, and she's willing to do it a little bit shorter because I explained to her what really goes on there. She's got a film. It's a film about the first 40 weeks of life, which you're going to want to talk to her some more later. But Annie, the one whose interview you missed, is a book about biblical hospitality, like welcoming the stranger, like foreigners and mediums and stuff. And she's fascinating. So Annie is standing right here. So Annie, she's run over and just say hi to Robbie.
Only do what you can do. If you,
I will. That's all I need.
I'm serious.
Which, by the way, I made an executive decision. We're not doing this live.
Okay. Oh no, we weren't never supposed
Stu
to.
wanted to, and I'm like, they'll be breaking it down. We'll be here.
No, you can't. It's already broken down by the time it starts. The show closes at 2. You'd be sitting here in an empty room with forklifts. Okay, do you want me to let Carmen know?
I did. She knows exactly.
Okay, so I got a noon up in the suite. Do you need anything?
No, I'm good. Good.
I love you, Robbie. I'm sorry for all the trouble.
It's okay.
This is Annie.
Hi.
Hello, Annie.
You on one of these? You can have
Not
one
this
of those.
interview, but
I've talked to you before. I know I have.
I don't think so.
Practicing hospitality. Didn't we do a radio interview?
I don't think so.
We need to practice. Have you seen?
Can I have a seat?
Am I not interviewing her now?
So this is the one that's not on the schedule. You're only interview if you're going to add an extra, or you want to do 2 7-minute interviews. Because the one remaining one is also mine person.
Okay.
We did that.
Okay, come on.
All right, we're going to practice hospitality.
Thank you for inviting me.
Wonderful. I'm shocked that I haven't. I just remember that. Maybe I had that. I love it though. So very fun. We're here at NRB, and we have
Annie McCune.
Annie McCune with us, and we are going to practice hospitality here because Annie wrote the book on it.
I did. And as I started writing the book, I thought, I better know what hospitality means. And so I looked it up, and it meant something very different than I thought it meant.
Really?
Yeah. The Greek word that's in Romans and Peter and Titus is compound word philoxenia. and it means loving strangers as family. Easy to remember because xenophobia, stranger, danger. And Kyla like Philadelphia, city of brotherly love. Philoxenia, and it was a new type of hospitality that hadn't really been practiced until the Christians came along. Otherwise, hospitality was xenia, and it was reciprocal. Even though, as Jesus says, sheep and goats, pretend these people are me. The Greek and Roman and ancient cultures and our cultures today expect a guest to bring a gift, and they are expected to be lauded for their hospitality. And Christian hospitality is different. It is a no expectation of reciprocity, and it is beautiful because it is only possible when you invite Jesus into your heart and the Holy Spirit every day, and then you give him your access to your eyes, your tongue, your space, and stewardship of the things. You let people over your threshold, you let them into your personal space, and that's how gospel come out. That's how you and I got to know it, Robbie. Sitting here, 2,000 years, people blink and make strangers, and that's what we got to keep doing to keep this going.
It's really, I never really studied the word, but interestingly, I immediately did. But you don't find that word in the Old Testament.
Nope.
So there is the Hebrew equivalent exactly.
No.
But when you look at it's in what it says is lover of strangers.
That's right.
And so
It's
Hebrew
different.
is very, very verbose on that subject, in that they were strangers.
That's right.
And they were not to treat others as strangers. And
that's right. And God's heart, if you start looking at the whole Bible through the lens of hospitality, it starts with an invitation into a garden, not to go, ooh, do it again. It's, ooh, here's your home, and come to work with a family, an intimate way of being part of what I'm doing. And the final story is a big party. Everybody's invited. Again, we were all strangers, but now we are actually celebrating a marriage piece. And in between, every book of the Bible has something about loving the strangers. That is God's heart. And so we've lost it.
We got to practice it.
We do.
So when you went to write the book, this is my
These are my stories. These are my stories.
Stories.
It's a storybook. Fun, amazing joy and grace that came either from my needing to be loved when I was a stranger, or loving on people very different than myself. And amazing things happening because of that. Muslims, Indians.
Unfortunately, I have time.
Okay.
I have stories, and stories are what touch people's hearts. So, can you share one of those stories, briefly, that's in your book?
I was given a chance. It was a college assignment where we were to hitchhike with no money to a town, meet up with someone, and get invited into someone's home. And weirdly enough, I got invited to a wedding. And it's a much longer, better story. But the fact is, as I was reflecting on that story, God said, well, that's how I sent my disciples out. 2 by 2 without anything in the pocket. Best teacher in the world. Said this is going to work. And it was just kind of interesting that I've had that experience of being taken in and feasted. And then another story that comes from that is God says, when you have a banquet, don't just invite the people that aren't invited back. Go out to the highways and byways. I was one of those people on the highways and byways that got invited into a wedding feast. So I've had some just crazy, wild experiences, and God says, now you're ready. Go prompt other people to do the same.
That's beautiful. So there you were. You get invited to the wedding, and you didn't know a soul.
No.
The people that invited you.
That's right.
Were those people all welcome?
Oh, they were. We were like the guests of honor. We were sort of like, who are these odd people? I didn't come dressed. I came dressed to hitchhike. I had my jeans and my sweater, and this was a fancy wedding. And it happened to be my 20th birthday. People were toasting me. It was a very, very amazing, strange experience. But I bless God for things. I got more crazy stories like that in the book. They're all true.
Yeah, they're all coming your way. In this book, Practicing Hospitality by Annie McCune. Is this your first book?
It is.
It is. Practicing Hospitality. If you go to Amazon, you can find it.
You can.
And, how just a beautiful little book. And the stories are what touch the heart.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thanks for having me on.
Oh, my pleasure. All right.
Okay. So fun. Thank you very, very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I like it very much. Oh,
Robbie,
Hi. I'm Julie Castro.
hello, Julie.
How are you? And you are?
I am Robbie Gilmore.
Robbie. Well, why did I ask? I knew that. But, it's always good to hear someone else say their own name.
I am Life.
Yes, this is a feature film.
Oh, great.
Yes. No book.
I like that. So, here we are, last day of the NRB, right before lunch. I have in front of me Julie Castro, and she is involved in film project. So I'm amazed at this. God is doing things all over the place. Apparently,
Always in the room because that's where we're created.
I am Life. And I am is kind of a big thing to say.
Yes, it is. It is what he says. He is I am that I am. But the tagline on this is wonderment in the room. And what we're doing is showing the first 40 weeks of life from conception to birth in a completely different way. Through dance, dialogue with God and the child, and music. We want to change hearts and minds toward the beauty and value of life, and hope to change hearts so that women in decision will choose life, even in the worst of circumstances. Or that person who might be thinking that it's my body, my choice, that when they see this movie, they're going to go, I can't do that. Not to overcome the obstacles that God is, or that I have put in front of myself, but God will bring us through them.
So, wow, what a creative. Just what you just described, I'm trying to get my mind around it. So, you're going to take us through 40 weeks, and you're going to do it through dance and music. And what else did you say?
And dialogue between God and the child.
Dialogue between God and the unborn child.
Unborn child, because God's speaking to us. He knew us before we were formed in our mother's womb.
So, and then, for those of you on Facebook and YouTube, look at this picture. You see this, obviously, wonderfully pregnant woman who's dancing beautifully because she's experienced this life, and just think about how that baby's dancing, and anybody who's ever had a baby inside of them because I remember my wife, my daughters, and all experienced that. But I'm as intrigued as I am about the dance and the music. I'm really intrigued by this dialogue. So, could you give us just a little taste of what the dialogue's like?
Yes. So, first of all, because it's mainly dance and music, there's only about 1,300 words, 1,800 words that are spoken between God and the child. But it starts out after God introduces himself. The child says, "Is that you?" And he says, "Yes." And it takes you through the journey. God explains who he is through different kinds of dialogues. Each scene has its own separate dialogue. So let's say like when the backbook is being formed, and that's like scene number 3. So she dances with the staff. That represents the backbook.
And all of a sudden, God says she puts it down on the floor at the staff, and God says, I will always be with you.
Wow.
And so, like, and then their nervous system, he says, and you will rely on me, you will not be anxious or nervous or anything. And that's what God was telling this child, who is who he is in a non-religious way, so that people will understand, oh my gosh, this is a human being that has grown inside of me as a woman, and just show it completely different.
So is this film been?
It's been filmed. We're in post-production now. We're finishing up the music. If all goes according to what I believe is God's plan, it will open up, or we'll release it on over Mother's Day weekend.
This year?
This year.
In
We're
theater?
that close, yes. We are going to be doing, and if any of your viewers, although they're probably not all over, because we're from Phoenix, Arizona, we are going to do a beta screening in March, so that we'll get some feedback and that kind of stuff. So things might be delayed, but you know what? We know it's God's timing, and this is God's movie. I just happen to say yes. It's so out of the box. And one thing we know, we cannot put God in a box.
It is out of the box. It's very intriguing. It's very beautiful. And certainly something I want to keep up with.
Yes.
You know, so it's just fascinating how creative. And so who created this?
God.
Oh, I know that.
Well, I know, no, but let me tell you how it actually all started was I had a television show for a couple of years, and I was at the NRB in 2019, and I interviewed different people, Abby Johnson and some
I was at the same NRB. I interviewed those same people.
Exactly. So, and I saw this theme of life, and I'm thinking, oh, this is going to be a really good television show. And every time I went to do the television show, I got like a check. I couldn't do it. I sat on it. I prayed about it. A friend of mine said, maybe you should have Julie. This is a friend of mine. Her name is Julie as well. She has a prophetic dance ministry. Dance what life looks like in the womb. And then we have to lay it all out and go, oh my gosh, what does this look like? So I'll give you some examples. When the cells multiply, we use lighted hula hoops. The cells multiply 1, 2, 4, they get doubling. We only had 8 dancers at any given time. And so that's what we use for cells, and they start to move around. Let's see, sound, we use the women dance with tambourine, saxophone, a violin to show the sound, and that's what it is. So it's very interpretive, very different. Every scene is only about 3 minutes long, and it has its own original music for each scene.
This is going to be amazing. It's going to be great. The movie is called I Am Life. And how do people find as your website?
There will be a website specifically for the movie. Right now, you can go to www.thirstnomore.tv. They can watch the trailer. We've won awards around the world for this trailer. And you will email thirstnomore.tv at gmail.com and want to get on our mailing list, and I can tell anybody and everybody where they will be able to watch this film and help me and God spread the word, because we are his vessels.
That's awesome. God bless you. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Wow. Great job.
Thank you.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so I'll keep you posted. Do you have a card specifically, Robbie?
Dude, I'd very much like to have you on my regular radio show.
I would love that.
Just email me and remind me I am live. Robbie, when can we be on? That would be helpful for you, based on your timing of what's going on with you guys. I love it.
I love it. I would love that, Robbie. So I will keep you posted, and have a good lunch, and thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Well, I watched this happen.
I mean, I'm not, all about Trump. No. He's still LGBT. And
Everybody. We need a lot of funding though. Such a long course. She's 2 months old right now, but I'm starting to go. I got worried when I walked up and nobody was here. It's like, I have somebody coming to do an interview.
I'll be here.
Good, good, good. He's run to the bathroom. He'll be right here.
All right. Oh, wow, it never ended. Well, that makes my life easier, I guess. Are they here?
Nope.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
We'll do a quick segment, wrap it up.
No, I've got two. I mean, I got interviews.
What should we do for the show
Several.
today? We got a guest host?
I'm Nick's got a bunch of stuff he said he had prepared, and that's what we're going to have to do.
Today and tomorrow?
Peter's wife had to have emergency surgery. As you know, Alicia's out of sync. There's nobody to do it. Unless you're going to be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Are you going to be back tomorrow?
Can we see if Alicia or someone can do it?
Did you get Jeff Oliver get up with you? Jeff Oliver got up with you? I sent him your number. He's got some.
He's not coming today. He had a doctor.
Right. But he has something he wants Mark to work
Oh,
on.
good. Yeah, he used to be our Raleigh guy.
He knows.
Who's your guest next?
She's got a client that's supposed to be here.
Are they ready?
Yeah, he's just in the back room. He's here in a minute. Yeah.
And then, I don't know where. Is it lady? What's her name? He texted me. Jeff. Anyway, she's got every 10 minutes until 2:00. I'm told. Here's Harrison.
What are you doing?
All right. Thanks, big girl. I'll see you in Florida soon. Someone's going to be busy. All right. I love you. I'll call you later. I just want to say hey.
There he is.
This is Robbie. This is Ryan.
Hello, Ryan. Nice to meet you. Have a seat, Ryan. Have you got a card or?
I don't. I just have a name and an email.
Okay. A name and an email. We can do that, Ryan. Pray.com. I love that. We'll get going here in just a second. Good. Have fun. It's the last day of the NRB, and got about an hour left on the floor. And God saved the best for last. Nobody loves prayer more than me. I don't know, but we got Pray.com. Ryan Beck is here with us. And so what an amazing thing. I hope our listeners have heard of Pray.com, but tell us what's going on. So how long have you been? There you go. And so, is it something that is wholly Christian? Because it just says pray, and obviously Muslims pray and Jews pray, and so how does that fit?
So we have stations shows. But so
So, like so many businesses, right? You're simply the middleman. You're the middleman between here's the content over here, and here's the audience over here, and how do we connect the two? Is that some of that?
it's much more than conceivable.
So, from the listener standpoint, or the viewer standpoint, or the user standpoint, as the case may be, it's free. So, who pays for the plumbing, the ministry, so to speak? How does pray.com, obviously, somehow or another, you eat all the people that are with pray.com. Where does the income stream go? So there's obviously an evangelical aspect of reaching people that that know God, and then you have discipleship for people who know God. And so you're trying to put in tools for somebody to get totally connected. Essentially, that one person in the audience that somehow really knows. Is there somebody that within, say, Jack Graham's organization that knows, okay, we've got this person on pray.com, and this is how we're currently ministering to them? Wow. And how did God get a hold of you to give you this, from your standpoint, right? You obviously were on the ground floor, and what was that like?
So where you at? I'll meet you at this exit.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him and say, hey, I'm at the exit now.
And I'll be there.
One year when we were in Orlando,
That's beautiful. Absolutely. Like, man, you never know who you're going to sit down across from. Brian, that's an amazing story. And I'm so excited for what God's doing through pay.com. I've learned a whole lot. And so grateful for what God's doing through you guys. I appreciate you being with us. Oh, absolutely. God bless. Wow. I'm so glad I asked that last question. Yeah. That's amazing. But it makes perfect sense. It does. That's really good. Thank you. Oh, absolutely. We get to do some more if we can. I would love to have you on other shows.
Very good, Robbie. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of NRB and safe travels back.
Thank you.
All right, and so we'll get you set up and do something up again later.
We will.
Okay. Thanks, Robbie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can pencil me in for next year.
you can go right now because the 11th, the 1:15. Right now, security. They ditched us on the last day.
They do that.
Might self-correct on your phone.
I understand.
Sit down.
You don't want me on there, brother.
I want you.
That might be the end of your
Jesus
long,
wants
lustrous
you.
career. Because if you put somebody like that on, you don't need to be hosting shows.
Yes, I do. You see, it was like that. You know, I don't know if you heard the tribute to Tom Booth, or maybe you knew who Tom Booth was.
I know who Tom Booth was. Yeah.
It was just like this. He sat down, I interviewed him. Nobody had his testimony. We got it right then and there. And we had his deal.
Did you know him well? I used to love listening to him.
He was.
I love Beth Ann, but she ain't. I'd love to do that morning show.
I messaged your 115. I don't know. We'll see. You're a little early.
All right, put on the headphones. Come on.
It's the end. I got caught up with all of these children are here for some kind of dance, something or other, and it was a mob house out there trying to grab something to eat.
The place is full of kids. It was a mob house trying to get coffee at 6:30 this morning.
Oh, I saw
All
that
these
too.
Children, are lined up.
They're all here. Yeah, they're all little kids.
Getting us coffee.
And they were all like, because I was meeting with somebody for lunch, it was a grab and go, and then we were looking for a place, there's no place to go, so she actually took me to her seat.
Hello.
Is this your person?
We're ready for you. You have 150.
Robbie is just bringing you on and talking about whatever you want to talk about. Pretty much. Thank you for texting.
There you are.
Glad I did.
Hello, you are Galen. Have you got a card or something?
Yes.
There it is. All right, we got some books too.
Yeah, $41.
If you go ahead and put that on, it'll be easier. We can hear. There you go. Now you won't. Yeah. You came through loud and clear. If you bring your microphone up in front of your mouth. Oh, there you go. Yes. Are you ready? Well, we're here on the last day of the NRB 2025, and very fun as God continues to bring amazing folks. And we got Galen Williams. She's written some interesting books here. We've got Explore God's Heart for Israel. Discover Israel's importance for end time. And all stressed up and everywhere to go. What a great title that is. She co-wrote that with Ken Williams, PhD. So, which book did you write for? Really? 41 books? That's absolutely amazing. And so, let's talk about the one you wrote with your dad then. All stressed up and nowhere and everywhere to go. So, tell me about that. So you put together the curriculum, and now here you go. And what's your dad? He's a PhD, so obviously seem like increasing. Wow. And so, to some extent, I guess these books for initiative.
So, Robbie,
That are stressed out.
interviewer, the network has a couple of
And so, what are some of the helpful things people learn reading that book?
So it's kind of like the key is live streaming, and it's also I say the permission share for people that know who you are. He's very also
So, well, help me. What is stress? That's the truth.
I love it. It's just right. It's just a conversation.
Bitterness.
Yes, so they're in various markets, so mostly East Coast, United States. I'm actually in we actually have a station we're just southern like it's 24 hours. Some of them because they're
Right, and my guess is most people haven't even argued that.
So all of those, like the pastors.
So that's an interesting thing. I mean, I'm looking at these two books. If you're on Facebook, look at them too. See, here's a book that seems very like, okay, yeah, well, we all are dealing with it. Whether you think you are or not, let me just assure you. You can relate. And it's so cool that it's all stressed up and ready to go. Anyway, yes. Here's a book that says Explore God's Heart for Israel. Now that seems like not even like the same person right there. And so tell me, what I have all sorts of ideas of what God's heart is for Israel in the end times, but you tell me, is there a relationship between Israel and
Yeah, so that's fine. So you have to share whatever you like. you have a card or sign up literature or something that helps them connect. I don't know how they go about the process entirely after this goes, but he could share that with you.
Oh yeah.
We have also, I don't know if it helps you with your radio, but we have lots of, if you do the QR code, we have lots of stories that to connect with us for the good to and then we have the story of how we help them.
Yeah, I would say. So apparently she lived in
If you scan the QR code,
and why?
No, but they don't have pictures on there. He's a Christian farmhouse. That's his logo. He has a background in the marketing. That I want to be able to do this. So I don't know how long he's been doing it, and where he has a Saturday show. And then they got the church online.
and Sean, did you leave it to Jared?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello. Nice to meet you. Your name. We've run pretty solid. We booked every had. We only had like one, I think, that ended up showing up late. That threw off a little bit of stuff. Maybe have to look at me and say, I'm sorry. Like, can we do later? I'm like, no, we also have that slot. It's just lots of tight shit. Got it easier, and because we want to be respectful of everybody else. So it's like, actually, put it off a little bit, and obviously that person had to run it off to someone else too, because they've also booked it. Now we might be down.
And that's pretty cool. You celebrated your understanding that God gave you a human from underneath that is pervasive, unfortunately. And it's a sad lie because especially this NRB, I've heard from lots of people the beauty of what's actually happening is that it's been a beautiful circle. Originally, it was the Jews that brought Christianity into the Greeks and the Romans. It wasn't the Romans that brought Christianity into the Jews. That is kind of backwards, right? But fascinatingly, now it's kind of come full circle. We have this whole Messianic Jewish movement, and you see things in Israel, which I'm sure you've heard of. I don't know how many times, we've heard of time, that Jews are so grateful for the church, so grateful for the partnership of Christians and all that. It's we're in a very unique time. I'm so excited that you're there in Israel. I'm so excited writing books about and you were like me and you're listening.
I know. I think that's a good job of it.
You're thinking, yeah, I've got a heart for Israel. Here we got, obviously, a very gifted writer. She's written 41 books, and she is sharing things that she came from the other side of this equation, and the other things that God taught her. It's explore God's heart for Israel. Galen Williams. And I bet you if you go to Galen Williams at Amazon, you can find all those books that I would be very fascinated to know that you've written. God'sHeart.info. God'sHeart.info. There you go. Galen Williams, thank you. Thank you for all you're doing for the kingdom. God bless. Wonderful. How fun. Really different books, but I see that.
Well, thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
And when will this air?
Well, you aired on Facebook, YouTube, and all that stuff the whole time. And then you will also, if you go to Robbie Dilmore on YouTube, probably be the easiest way.
Okay, can they just hit me up?
Yeah, and then we will air it as part of the podcast of the Christian Car Guy show. And I will, if she has your email or you share that with her, I'll let you know exactly what that is.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gayla.
Okay, thank you so much. Hi, how are you? Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm excited, but not another adventure.
You're not tired? It seems like you're going every second with this. I'm Pamela Zaria. I'm from Israel.
Yeah.
And we're an organization that helps people with disabilities in Israel, and we're here to raise money for a new early childhood center in Ashkelon, which is 6 miles away from Gaza, and we need a fortified center to protect our children. So I can tell you about it.
Wonderful. If you want to put this on, you can.
Okay.
I'll bet you can hear me better.
I do.
And I hear you better.
Okay. So nice to meet you.
So nice to meet you, and everyone does count.
Yes.
That's so I never cease to amaze me how God is coming after people that just everywhere. And one of the places that people that know me well know that I've always had a very soft spot. I've taught special needs for over 20 years in my church. And so I love how God has gifted them in so many different unique ways. And it's really, really cool that right now in Israel, there's challenges, big challenges that are being faced for the first time. And you're not surprised if God's right there. And if there's a people group that he loves, right, it's people that can't necessarily defend themselves. So we have Pamela Azaria? Azaria.
Yes.
Oh, you say that so wonderfully.
Thank you.
Azaria. Pamela is with the International Resource, it's with Chimes Israel.
Right.
And you are the International Resource Director of Chimes Israel. So what's Chimes Israel?
Chimes Israel is an organization that helps people with disabilities in Israel. We have 26 centers. We help people from ages 6 months to elderly. It's a continuum of care during the daytime. And we help everyone, Jews, Christians, Muslims, immigrants, refugees. Israel actually has a lot of refugees from Africa and Ukraine and Russia. And it's free services for people, and we help them in every way that we can so that they can improve their abilities and live in the community with dignity. And that's what we're about.
That's it, because that's what God's about, right? And it's a beautiful thing. And actually, when I taught special needs, I taught adults. So from that point of 18 to maybe 60 or 70, because as they get older, guess what? Just like as we get older, they have more challenges.
It's very true. And people with Down syndrome and cognitive disabilities get older faster. So by age 50, somebody who has those disabilities is a lot older than somebody who's 50 who's normative. So it's we help them all, and we give them a quality of life, and we provide rehabilitative care. And I'm here to talk about our Ashkelon center. We have an early childhood center for children in Ashkelon that are ages 6 months to 3 years old. And they are in 4 repurposed residential homes. And we serve children with all kinds of disabilities. Most of them have developmental disabilities and autism, Down syndrome, all kinds of syndromes, actually. And our centers there have very small safe rooms.
and one of them doesn't even have a safe room. They have lots of stairs, and they're not adequate for the children that are there. So we learned this because of October 7th. On October 7th, as you know, Israel was invaded by Hamas, and it was terrible for everyone. Everyone in Israel, there were rocket fire, and we were in our shelter, even in Tel Aviv, everywhere. But we care about our people with disabilities, and our employees. So we called them from our headquarters to find out how they're doing. And we found out that the people that were suffering the most were the people from Ashkelon. They needed food, medicine, equipment, diapers. They needed to be evacuated because they didn't have a safe room in their building. And so we gathered volunteers as quickly as we could, and we brought them what they needed in the immediate term. We evacuated them. We helped somebody put a barricade on their door because it was believed that Hamas was actually in Ashkelon. And Ashkelon got the most rockets of any other city in Israel. It's 6 miles from Gaza. Once you hear the siren, you have 30 seconds to get to safety, which is very difficult when you have a young child with disabilities, and maybe the safe room is down in the basement because they live in very old buildings that were built before the conflict. So after a while, we realized that they were that this war was, that this is going to be a war, and this is not going to end. So we quickly started raising resources, raising money from North America, and we were able to raise a lot of money and bring to them what they needed, which is equipment. Some children can't put their bodies upright, and they need like standing walkers or standers actually, so that they can eat properly, blood pressure, and also cognitively, so they can see the world not from down there but from up here. Some children needed assistive technology so that they could tell their family what they needed and how they felt, and they were very scared. Yeah, and so we provided those things. We provided iPads so we could have remote learning. Some of our teachers were in the safe room with their own children and made videos specially to teach the children in their classrooms, and they would send them the links so that they could post for the children. And the best thing we did was we sent our therapists to the homes. They braved the rocket fire, and they went there to provide relief to the parents and the therapy that the children so much needed, because with early intervention, if you don't reach them between the ages of 6 months and 3 years, those neurons close in their brain, and they might not achieve the development that they could have.
Yeah, let me tell you, what she is saying is beyond sadness. If you go to Jamaica, as I have, and there they believe that people with special needs and disabilities have been touched by voodoo, so they're cursed. So they take these children, they notice them, and they literally put them out on the curb. It's true.
Well, I think as Christians and Jews, those are not our values.
They're not our values. So if you go to it's called the capital there, there's an orphan. It's one of the saddest places I've ever visited in my life, because unfortunately, although the Catholics there, they roam the streets at night picking up these children, because there's so few people and so few resources. They don't give them anything. They don't give them. So here, if you go visit this orphanage, you're going to find room after room after room of some of them 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old folks. I don't call them children because they're far from children living men. They can't stand. They can't use the bathroom. They can't talk. They all could have.
Right.
had somebody done
They
what you're
had-
talking about, when they're
Exactly.
between the ages of 0 and 3, that somebody had actually been in a position to give them the care that they needed and all that stuff. So,
And they deserve it. Everyone
Oh.
deserves it. Everyone counts, and we're all human. And eventually, we're all going to have disabilities.
oh yeah, it's just that way. But I saw some things that God showed me. I will never, ever, ever forget that. You know, I watched one boy watch another boy pick on a boy. In other words, they're there from crib to crib, and they're trying to share a toy or whatever. And this rage came over this little boy because he wanted to protect his friend that the other friend was abusing. In other words, no, they couldn't talk. No, they couldn't use the bathroom. No, they couldn't walk. Oh my goodness, there are so much people with feelings and emotions and all those things, and you know that you know God is watching and saying, okay, what can we do? And you can hear the chimes Israel if you're listening to Italian. Here's people that get it, that really love people, they love children, and they're doing something about it. How do people get connected to Chimes Israel?
So the best way is to Google Chimes Israel, CHIMES Israel, and it's probably going to be the second thing that comes up. The first one will be an organization we're affiliated, which is Chimes in Baltimore, so we're in both places. And we are trying to raise a new early childhood center that will be fortified so that children can go back to their routine and they can be safe there. And our centers are wonderful, not like what you spoke about. We have 2.5 adults to every one child. It's how it should be because we really care for them. We have therapists that come in, speech, occupational, physical therapy that come in and help them. It's like a regular preschool with teachers, and it's home cooked meals for breakfast and lunch. And it's these children are wonderful. They're beautiful, and they deserve this intervention, and they deserve to be safe. You're welcome. Thank you.
That's awesome. I'm so excited that you it's so needed around the world.
How did that go for you?
Oh, you were awesome. And very wonderful cause. And I'm so grateful that I got you.
Me too. Thank you so much. You have my card.
I do. I do.
I'll give you.
I have this.
Yeah, my card, my information. There are stories about all the individual kids. If you did scan the QR code, there's a video. Our booth is there. There's a video there. And can I have your card? Okay. I also want to scan.
Oh, feel free to scan.
Thank you. That's a beautiful place, isn't it? I've always wanted to go there.
It is a beautiful place.
Hi, Robbie.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing? Getting ready to wrap, man. Maybe not.
Sometimes it'll be.
Thank you so much. Yeah, how do you do this one after the other? It's crazy.
It's fun.
It's amazing.
I am very lucky.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
God bless you.
God bless you.
I'm going to say goodbye.
Oh, Ed.
God bless you. Thank you. Yeah, love you.
Great
too.
job.
Keep it up. Happy birthday.
Just wanted to say I love the idea. Just wanted to say I love the idea of what you're doing. It's a podcast.
It's a broadcast. It's a podcast.
Okay.
All those kind of
Awesome.
all that stuff.
Good setup too.
It's pretty simple. Thank you.
So does this go nationwide or outside?
All the above. Yeah, we have a podcast that goes international, broadcast on numbers of stations across the country.
Lovely. So I came to the conference from India. I live there. Yeah, flew down.
Well, thank you for stopping by. Yes. You're the next contestant.
I'm the next contestant.
Hello, Maddie. Have a seat.
Hi.
How are you? If you got a card or something?
Pardon?
Do you have a business card?
Oh,
or
yeah,
something?
yeah.
All right, I'll get that. All righty. I'm ready.
You're ready? This is not what I want to talk about.
That's okay.
It
It's
just
you.
has my name on it.
Okay.
But I do represent them.
All right.
I have my own PR. I don't know where I put my cards.
I'm in the same boat.
They're packed somewhere.
No worries.
How are you today?
I'm wonderful. I am. Yeah, they got beautiful earrings. Don't come quick. All right, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Good.
Pardon?
I said I can hear you, and we'll get going. I know I'm very, very young. We did about 2 months ago. Tom was a good friend. Sorry to tell you. We will see him soon. Yes. Yes, he is. He graduated. How fun. The last day of the NRB, a little bit bittersweet because it's wrapping up. It's been such an adventure. New friends. And I just found out I have a friend who was a friend. We have Maddie Stevenson. And Maddie, God's given me a message here for the NRB for 2025. What have you got to share with us?
Oh, that I'm in public relations and I'm a communicator and God designed me to be relational. So that is hard to put into a brief statement. But my story, real quick, that I was on my way to Pilates class in 2021 and an illegal immigrant hit me head on going over 100 miles an hour. And I don't recall the accident at all, which is a good thing. And I broke 45 bones. They did not expect me to survive the night. If I did, they expected me to be paralyzed. Praise God, I'm not. They thought they were going to have to amputate my right foot and right ankle. The surgeon never gave up. And on the third try in week 3, she through a lot of prayer, put it back together. My little daughter, when she got to the hospital that night, she knew to start a prayer chain, a prayer called the newbie into prayer to pray for me. So she called a lot of ministry people. And I worked with ministry people around the nation, and around the world and internationally. And boy, God heard the prayers, God used the prayers. I am a walking miracle, living miracle, and evidently God was finished with me yet. And so that was my encouragement to anyone who knows Jesus. Well, first of all, my encouragement is to know Jesus, to find a Bible, to read a Bible, to find a good church, to go to church, find Jesus, and know Jesus, to walk with Jesus, and carry me from miracle to miracle to miracle. And here I am at NRB 3 years later. In fact, I was at NRB in 2022, 6 months after my accident.
Really?
It was remarkable, absolutely remarkable.
And so, with that story, you're obviously sharing that God can take you through a whole lot of different stuff. But what ministry has He got you in now that you're involved in?
Oh, well, because of my accident,
God opens doors, and I prayed for this. God opens doors for me every day to share the gospel. Every single day, I meet somebody new, and I have the opportunity to share the gospel, which I love. I absolutely love it. I need handicap help, although I can walk and I can drive and I'm back in my bodies. When I go to the airport, I need handicap help, and every time I have handicap help, I make sure I ask them. I tell them my story. I tell them why I need handicap help, and then I ask them to know Jesus, and I share the gospel to every handicap helper that I have at the airports around the nation. And so I am just in the process of sharing the good news.
So you were in public relations prior to.
I was, yes. I actually was in radio back in the late 90s with White, and I love radio. I love radio. And I know all of them very well. And yes, how did you go to Tom for interviews with Stu.
Oh, really?
Tom was my conduit to book interviews with Stu. And Tom was a joy to work with. A joy. And so Stu. Everyone here. Everyone at True Network is a joy to work with.
So you don't know this, but actually you're on that show. This is True Talk. And so the show that you were booking interviews for Stu did it for years, especially when Tom was in producer. And then Stu stepped back and just did weekend stuff. For a lot of years, about 2 years ago, we reopened the idea of True Talk Live. So now here's your opportunity. But I was thinking that now you've gone into the public relations for Jesus business.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. I've been in public relations, promoting exclusively ministry. So it's been ministry all along, and that's a great way to put it. I'm in public relations for Jesus. I love that. I'm going to take that with me. I'm going to use that. I'm going to have to put that on my card.
I was thinking, Barry McGuire, you probably know him. You may have helped get him interviewed. That's his whole thing. It's like, if I can share Jesus with hourly people, then mission accomplished. However that works. Because people come to the kingdom one at a time.
Yes. Yes.
It's one person, one contact.
Yes.
One opportunity. And having had numerous physical things happen to be that opened all sorts of doors, not unlike your own. Wow. That, TV stations have done stuff on me like, how do we have this many lives? Because
I want to hear your story.
Yeah, I had.
Why don't I interview you? I'd like to hear your story.
I had this horrible form of cancer, and the Lord healed me of that. And as I was recovering, we went to celebrate my last chemotherapy treatment. I was breast cancer. And then that other things happened within my brain because of that. And that led to another whole abscess. And
then I think you're watching it out.
And then, just about the time I went full time with free broadcasting, I'd known Stu forever, but Stu and I were friends before we started broadcasting. But I fell 35 feet out of the tree head first. And,
you need to write a book, young man.
Many of
you write a book, I'll promote it.
So anyway, but I say that just to say this: that God was teaching me lots of stuff
along the way
through all those different lives, and just like you said a few minutes ago, He must have had a purpose. Because I watched a lot of people that made it through cancer, or didn't make it through didn't make it through the fall, whatever it was. But His time is perfect. He knows your day.
Yeah, let me tell you a quick story.
Please.
So I was at 4 months after my accident. I had so many surgeries on all metal. I broke 45 bones. And that's a quarter of all the bones in my body. And so much metal. I got a call from my surgeon regarding my right wrist. They said it wasn't healing. And I said, well, what does that mean? What are we going to do? And they said, well, that means we're going to take out all the metal. We're going to have to break your wrist, correct it, put it back together, and we said, and then I'll be without it again for another 2 weeks. And they said yes. And I got on the phone with the doctor's office. It was so disappointing. I put my fist in the air to God. They haven't said why didn't you just take me to be with me in the accident? Why did you leave me here? I could be in heaven with you. Why did you leave me here? And I was so discouraged, so despondent. For the first time in a recent time, well, I was in 2 days later to have a CAT scan on my neck. Completely a different follow-up to the surgery. And the girl, and it had been rescheduled. And the girl, the radiologist came in behind the glass window and she said, do you mind if I ask you what happened to you? You have so much metal in your body. And he said, well, I don't know what happened, kind of half-heartedly. Oh, I don't mind telling you. I was in a horrific car collision on August 2nd, 2021, and last summer of that year. And they didn't expect me to survive the night, and if I did, and she stepped back with me. And her eyes got so big. And she said, I wish I could take radiologists. I can't believe you died. We did not expect you to survive the night. In that moment, I had to recognize again that God has purpose. It was very humbling. Very humbling. One minute I'm angry with God and saying, why didn't you take me to heaven if you had the chance? The next minute, I am recognizing and seeing through that appointment that God had purpose in saving my life. And it's not always easy, but you recognize that God has something for you, and so you just keep seeking Him, running after Him, worshiping Him, praying, and letting Him do the way.
And so did you?
I haven't done that yet.
Okay.
I'm supposed to.
Yeah, no,
We should make a deal.
I can't help it. As we late, we're out of time. I would say that my nephew, they told me going in, Robbie, you're going to have to let this heal for a year.
Curious about what he says, and I need to talk to you.
And it's going to go like this. And then we're going to have to break the knee. And then we're going to have to put the metal in. And then we're going to have to, and they told me this would be a 3-year process. But they told me ahead of time, so I didn't have a broken expectation. I knew my leg was going to grow out like a dog. And then we go through this. And by the time we get to it's like you lose every single muscle in your hand. I called it my Save the Children leg. So it came out of the cast. It's like that. And I can see that you've done the same work in your heart and in your spirit.
Yes.
And you can continue to get your story out there.
God is good all the time. You just need to trust Him. Keep your eyes on Jesus and trust Him.
Maddie Stevenson.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here.
I'll same here.
Thank you so much. God bless you.
We have a lot in common with that.
We're going to have to stay in touch. Oh, do you have a card?
Sure.
Okay, CBN needs to do yours. I'm going to promote you. CBN needs to do your story. The 700 Club came out and filmed my story, but they need to do your story.
Whatever God wants, it's the basic.
Wow, where do you live?
Winston-Salem.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Oh, thanks for sharing. That's tremendous. I almost feel like I had it easy.
No, everybody's got their own
journey.
Right.
Wow. Well, how are you doing now?
I'm doing great. All that happened in, believe it or not, 1996.
In when?
1996.
Wow.
So I'm 30 years cancer free, which is
Praise God.
For somebody that had lymphoma, especially the kind I had, it seems like.
I was going to see if I had a text that I texted Tom from recently. What kind of cancer did he have?
Bone cancer.
He was a good man.
He is